Chapter 1278. After bidding farewell to the cultivator from before, Lin Tianyi and the others followed the cultivator's instructions and soon arrived outside a desolate mountain. Looking around, there were ancient trees in the mountain, and there was a primitive aura intertwined. When they arrived here, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. In the air outside the desolate mountain, he indeed felt a familiar aura, which belonged to the black dragon. Boom! Rich, demonic aura spread out from the depths of the desolate mountain, intertwining with the tyrannical aura of the Nirvana realm. It's the aura of Ah Jiao. Shui Ye's expression changed. Yes, it's him. Ji Yu nodded. When the black dragon followed Shui Yi back to the first heaven, she knew the black dragon and naturally remembered its aura. Lin Tian felt it immediately. A golden light flashed around his body, enveloping the group and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, they appeared in the depths of the desolate mountain. Boom! There was a valley in front of them, and a giant dragon lived in it. Its whole body was covered with black scales, and there was an astonishing black light flowing around it. Found it! Lin Tian smiled. This flood dragon was none other than the black flood dragon. Back then he met the black dragon in the god burial mountain of the third heaven. The black dragon wanted to kill him for the first time. At that time his cultivation was far lower than the black dragon, but he relied on the dragon burial scripture to suppress the black dragon. After that, he let the black dragon go because he felt that it would be a pity if a dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon was killed just like that. Later, the black dragon remembered his kindness and followed him out of the god burial mountain to fight the world. During the immortal ascension tribulation, the black dragon risked its life to resist the heavenly tribulation for him. It was also one of his companions. This guy is trapped, Wuxing Crocodile said. Looking from afar, the aura of the black Jiao dragon was extremely tyrannical. It was already at the third heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. However, at this moment it was in trouble. There were mysterious runes intertwining in the void. They were like dense chains that trapped it in the valley. I know. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the group and stepped forward, and a golden divine light pressed down. For a time, the mysterious runes that trapped the black flood dragon shattered one by one. The black flood dragon relaxed and looked at the person with vigilance. Then it was shocked. Lin Tian, it's you. It had always been very quiet, but at this time it revealed a shocked expression. After all, it had not seen Lin Tian, Shui, and the others for many years. Moreover, it had heard that Lin Tian had the reincarnation imperial body. It did not expect to see Lin Tian now. It's me. Lin Tian smiled. He was naturally happy to find one of his comrades who had fought side by side with him. He Jiao was not good with words, but after not seeing Lin Tian, Shui, and the others for so many years, he had a lot to say. Soon after, it told him that there was something extraordinary in this canyon. A few days ago, it sensed something from far away and rushed over. Then it was trapped in this place. Is there something out of the ordinary here? Wuxing Crocodile sensed a little and suddenly had a strange expression. It seems like there really is. In this valley, it could feel a very pure energy. Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked down at the valley. Earth, vein, origin, essence. In reality, the instant he approached this valley, he had already sensed the existence of an extraordinary treasure. It was located right under this valley. It was the origin essence condensed from 10 different earth veins. From a certain perspective, it was even more valuable than the god veins. To those under half-step emperor rank, it could be said to be a sacred item that could increase their cultivation. Moreover, there were many of these things in this valley. There were more than 10 balls. It could be said to be an absolute treasure ground. Because of the existence of the earth vein origin essence, all kinds of earth veins intersected in this place, forming a kind of trap. Even those at the 9th sky of Nirvana realm would find it hard to break free. He looked down. The dragon patterns under his feet intersected and directly broke out of the trap, creating a large crack in the valley. Looking down, there were 16 balls of pure white, light the size of a face gathered together, intersecting with a dazzling divine radiance. Good stuff, Whooshing Crocodile said. However, it's already useless to me. It was now at half-step Emperor realm, and the Earth Vein Origin Essence only had divine effects on cultivators below half-step Emperor realm. You go and get it, Lin Tian said to the Black Dragon. Although he took out the Earth Vein Origin Essence, the Black Dragon found it first. Naturally, the Black Dragon should be the one to take it. The Black Dragon obviously knew what he was thinking. You take it out, you distribute it. Besides, I don't need so much. You guys are so slow. We're not outsiders. Whooshing Crocodile said, Lord Crocodile, Kid Lin, and Little Taichu don't need it. The rest of you go down and refine it. The Black Dragon heard and nodded. Let's do that. Lin Tiandao. He acted as a protector here, having Lin Shi and the others enter the valley to refine the Earth Vein primordial essence together. Faint divine radiance intersected here. Lin Shi and the others were refining the Earth Vein Origin Essence, and their auras were rapidly rising. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, powerful divine energy rushed out one after another. The Earth Vein Origin Essence was completely refined by the group, and they all had great gains. Lin, she stepped from the first Nirvana realm to the peak of the second Nirvana realm. Shui Yi, Jiyu, Sushu, and the Black Dragon each stepped from the third Nirvana realm to the fourth Nirvana realm. Bai Qiu stepped from the fourth Nirvana realm to the fifth Nirvana realm. Bai Ziki cultivated hard in the past 2 years and reached the sixth Nirvana realm from the fifth Nirvana realm. At this time, after refining the Earth Vein Origin Essence, he reached the seventh Nirvana realm. The group's spirit was greatly enhanced. Great. Lin Tiantan smiled. He told the Black Dragon about his plan to establish a sect. Then, he led the group and left the mountain directly. He and the group traveled in the 8th heaven and didn't go to the 9th heaven for the time being. He introduced the basic situation of this heaven to Lin, Shi, Sushu, and the others. Not long after, they passed through one mountain after another. Suddenly, they sensed a domineering and fierce saber energy soaring into the sky. It's coming from the direction of the West Nether Continent. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian naturally also sensed it. Without saying anything, a golden light flashed and the group disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in the western underworld continent. In the depths of the continent, they saw a slender figure surrounded by blade lights. He was fighting against a half-step Emperor rank beast, steadily suppressing the half-step Emperor rank beast. Yo, Lin Tian greeted. Of course, he wouldn't forget this figure. It was one of his old friends who had fought side by side with him. It's you. Seeing Lin Tian, Yang Qi was a little surprised. He had fought side by side with Lin Tian several times. After that, they had been separated for more than 10 years. Quickly finish the battle. Let's go establish a sect. Lin Tian smiled. Yang Qi frowned. Establish a sect? In the 9th heaven, I'm going to establish an immortal inheritance. You come with me. Lin Tian was very direct. Whooshing Crocodile said, Don't waste time, Saberman. Quickly end the battle. Yang Qi nodded. Saber energy broke through the sky, turning into a peerless killing light, cutting the half-step Emperor level beast in half on the spot. A 5th layer Nirvana realm cultivator can kill a half-step Emperor so easily. Sushu was surprised. It was really terrifying for someone with such a cultivation base to have such combat strength. Lin Tiantan smiled and told Yang Qi about establishing a sect in detail. After that, the group entered the 9th heaven. This is the 9th heaven? It's so magnificent. Lin Shi and the others were surprised. It has to be said that compared to the lower heavens, the ninth heaven is really much more magnificent. Even if the lower 8 heavens are added together, they are still far from being comparable to the ninth heaven. This is simply the difference in dimensions. Lin Tian chuckled. He took his sister and Jiyu to look around the heaven. At the same time, he gave them a simple introduction, including the distribution of the various forces in this heaven, as well as the 4 major domains in the east, west, south, and north. The top inheritances of the desolate shrine were destroyed by you, which directly changed the structure of this world. Jiyu said, more or less. Lin Tian smiled. The group simply wandered around the heaven. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators who were all frightened when they saw Lin Tian. Soon, their group passed through a few desolate mountains and crossed a few great rivers. At this time, a familiar voice came from an ancient city in the distance, causing Lin Tian's expression to change. Boy Lin, Grandpa Ling's cultivation is over. Come out quickly. Little Tian Tian, Big Brother Ling is looking for you. Respond when you hear the voice. Lin Tian, where are you hiding? This type of voice was extremely loud and clear, carrying divine force within it. It was unknown just how far it traveled. Lin Tian was overjoyed at first, but then he felt speechless. This bastard, how could he find someone like this? It's that little pervert Ling Yin. We were about to look for him, but he came out by himself, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian stepped forward, and a golden light flashed around his body, wrapping everyone in it, and disappeared directly. In the next moment, he appeared in the distant ancient city with everyone, and he saw Ling Yun in a black robe at a glance. Ling Yun's aura was much stronger now. He had reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Walking in the ancient city, he glanced at the beautiful women on both sides of the street and shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin, stop shouting! Lin Tiandao grabbed him and brought him over. He really came out. Ling Yun gritted his teeth, looking a little excited. Not long ago, he followed the 1000-slash Sword Emperor to a certain point in his cultivation. When he walked out of a dangerous place, he directly heard the rumors in the cultivation world that Lin Tian had reached the Emperor realm. A few years ago, he uprooted the desolate shrine and other major forces, disrupting the cultivation world of the 9th heaven. This made him widen his eyes in shock and horror. Afterward, he directly began to shout at the top of his lungs in various areas. He also released a lot of divine sense imprints, preparing to use them to summon Lin Tian. He didn't expect that not long after he shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Tian really appeared in front of him. You destroyed the desolate shrine, and those bastards, boy, you did a good job. Moreover, you've actually reached the imperial monarch realm. How did you cultivate? He stared at Lin Tian. After being separated for only a few years, Lin Tian actually reached the emperor realm, which really surprised him. One has to know that from the Nirvana realm to the Emperor realm, the difficulty is terrifying. My character is good, so my cultivation speed is fast. Lin Tian said casually. After saying that, he briefly introduced Ling Yun to Lin Shi and the others, and then introduced Lin Shi and the others to Ling Yun. After that, he directly told Ling Yun that he was going to establish a great sect and wanted Ling Yun to join him. Good, good, good. I like this. Ling Yun nodded directly. In fact, 10 years ago, he mentioned to Lin Tian about establishing an immortal sect. Let's go. The divine light around Lin Tiandao's body swirled, enveloping everyone and disappearing. In the next moment, they walked out of the void crack and came to a vast group of green mountains. Although the green mountains here are not magnificent and towering, there are many of them. Thousands of them. Chapter 1279. Thousands of green mountains were connected together, occupying a very wide area. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Is there really a legendary dragon essence underground in such an ordinary place? Ling Yin was surprised. Even by Ziki, Yangqi, and the others had some doubts. Before coming to this place, Lin Tian had told them that there was a big church here and there was a dragon essence here. However, after coming here, they were puzzled because this place was too ordinary, no different from some ordinary mountains in the first heaven. How could there be a dragon essence in such a place? One must know that things like dragon essence were condensed from the ancestral dragon vein, equivalent to the fruit of the ancestral dragon vein. It was priceless, comparable to countless divine veins. If such a thing existed in a place, it must be extremely rich in spiritual energy. It should not be as ordinary as this place. For a time, except for Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu, everyone looked at Lin Tian, including Lin Shi and the other 4 girls. Lin Tian chuckled. "Do you think I can lie to you?" He raised his hand, and circles of dragon pattern light intertwined, turning into a huge dragon pattern diagram in the sky, sprinkling down strands of dragon pattern light on the vast green mountains. In the blink of an eye, the scene under the green mountains was presented. Looking around, the underground halo was lingering. At the center, a 9-inch dragon was coiled with fine scales. It was lifelike, as if it was the son of the dragon. Suddenly, except for Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu, everyone else was shocked. At this time, even looking at it from the surface, they could clearly see that this dragon was not ordinary. They could even see the materialized spiritual energy entangled in the dragon's body, spreading in all directions. This is dragon essence. Lin Shi and the others were shocked. Even Baiziki and Yang Qi, who had always been calm, were moved, and their eyes were shining with a bright light. Looking at the little dragon underground, all of them were stunned. Since there is such a dragon essence underground here, it is reasonable to say that the spirit energy here should be like a spring. But why is it so weak in reality? Ling Yun frowned. Because there are other earth vein layouts here that restrict the spread of the dragon origin spiritual energy to the surface. Lin Tiandao. He displayed the dragon marks again, showing the layout of the earth veins here to the crowd, causing them to be moved again. This is the layout of the spirit sealing land. He said, "You can break it later, right? Can it allow the dragon origin, qi, to rush out of the ground?" Ling Yun asked. Lin Tianyi smiled. "Of course. I didn't learn the dragon burial scripture for nothing." Hearing his words, the light in the group's eyes became even brighter. With such a dragon yuan establishing a sect here, then in the future. Fanning Xiong clenched his fists in excitement. For a great sect, the foundation was undoubtedly very important. With such a dragon yuan here, it was comparable to countless divine veins. Such a great sect foundation could be said to be unprecedented in the 10 celestial regions. With such a peerless foundation, once a great sect was established here, it would definitely be prosperous in the future. The group's eyes were intertwined with each other, and it was only after 10 breaths that they calmed down. "Now what should we do?" Baiziki asked. "Set up the palace," Lin Tian said. He swept his gaze over this vast group of green mountains, supporting the emperor's small world. Among them, he moved out one palace after another, all of them laid out horizontally in the sky of this group of green mountains. Every palace was extraordinary, all of them forged from all kinds of strange materials. After I destroyed the desolate Era Divine Palace, Saint Enyang sect, Heavenly Demon Divine sect, and Immortal Sword Island in this heaven region, we moved them here and turned them into our own divine palace. We don't need to spend time and effort to build our own divine palace. However, before that, we need to reforge them, not to mention other aspects. At the very least, we need to erase the remnants of the auras of the 4 great powers from these halls. We need to completely erase them, he said. Baiziki and the others were visibly moved when they saw the emperor-level small world and the divine palaces he took out. "I'll do it," Baiziki said. He was the holy son of the Bai family in the second heaven, and he was very clear about the distribution of palaces. "I'll do it too," Yang Qi said. He was a descendant of the Yang family, and the Yang family was once a great family in the second heaven. Naturally, he knew this very well. Uncle Ling can do this too, Ling Yun said. He had been in the Ascension Dao sect for many years, and he was no stranger to this kind of thing. I'll help too, Fan Yingxiong said. In the end, except for Lin Tian and the little Taichu, everyone else participated in the building palaces. Lin, Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, and Bai Qiu were responsible for reforging the palaces in the sky and erasing the remnants of the auras of the 4 great inheritances. Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and the others measured and divided the various areas of the Green Mountains. After that, they placed the palaces rebuilt by Lin Shi and the others in an orderly manner. Martial Arts Practice Field, Scripture Pavilion, Divine Weapon Hall, Treasure Hall, Immortal Pill Court, Lingjing Library, Wuxing Crocodile by Ziki, Yang Qi, Fan Yingxiong, the Black Flood Dragon, and Ling Yun worked together to arrange the palaces in a very orderly manner. Then, they used their great divine abilities to brand the palaces rebuilt by Lin Shi and the others with brand new names. For a time, all kinds of lights intersected in the Green Mountains, and immortal radiance shone brightly. Lin Tian stood in the sky and looked down at everything below. His eyes intertwined with light, and strands of emperor light overflowed from his body. He didn't participate in the building palaces because he had more important things to do. He took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The emperor light around his body immediately began to rise violently. Boom! Golden divine light soared into the sky. At this moment, he circulated his 6th heavenly layer monarch realm to the limit. He was much stronger than when he was at the 3rd heavenly layer monarch realm. His vast monarch realm aura surged like a huge wave, shaking heaven and earth. In the next moment, he opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker. His aura skyrocketed again, and the golden divine light seemed to be about to break through the sky. Then he really moved. His hands formed seals at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Mysterious and unfathomable formation patterns appeared in an instant, spreading in all directions with him as the center. They intertwined with endless killing aura. It was the eternal killing formation. He had comprehended 80% of this killing formation. At this moment, he imprinted this killing formation, causing the eternal killing patterns to be branded in the Green Mountains. They intertwined in every corner of the Green Mountains, and it would become the sect-protecting killing formation of the great sect later. At the same time, the dragon burial scripture was channeled by him. Dense dragon patterns appeared and condensed into a huge dragon pattern diagram that emitted endless dragon pattern light. It began to break the spirit sealing pattern here, causing the dragon essence under the Green Mountains to tremble slightly. Spirit Qi gradually rushed to the surface and was no longer restricted by the spirit sealing pattern here. It became stronger and stronger, denser and denser, like a spirit energy volcano erupting. Moreover, at the same time, the spirit sealing pattern here continued to evolve. It slowly began to isolate the dragon essence and spiritual qi underground and spread out of the Green Mountains. In this way, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the dragon pattern diagram covered the entire Green Mountains. The spirit sealing pattern here was completely changed, and it truly sealed the dragon essence underground. The dragon essence and spiritual qi could no longer spread out of the range of the Green Mountains and could no longer flow to other corners of the eastern region. All of it surged into the Green Mountains. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in the vast Green Mountains became rich and monstrous. It was as if there was a sea of spiritual qi flowing in the Green Mountains, causing Baiziki and the others to be shocked. They all revealed shocked expressions. Roar! A realistic dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Under the Green Mountains, the dragon essence shook violently and spiritual light rushed to the 9 heavens. Endless spiritual light rushed out from the ground, vast and mighty, and turned into a 1,000 feet long true dragon. It was completely condensed from spiritual chi. Under the influence of the dragon pattern, it directly coiled around Lin Tian and surrounded Lin Tian like a guardian warrior. This scene shook the hearts of everyone, causing them to be moved once again. Their eyes flickered at this moment. "Brother, you are like a god." Chapter 1280. The 10,000-foot true dragon coiled around Lin Tian's body, emitting divine light. It was completely condensed from spiritual energy and looked majestic. Lin Tian was surrounded by the 10,000-foot true dragon. Dragon patterns intertwined around him, and spiritual light overflowed in all directions. He looked sacred and dignified. At this time, the spirit sealing pattern in the Green Mountains had been completely changed by him using the dragon burial scripture. The dragon origin's spiritual energy no longer spread and was confined within the range of the Green Mountains. The vast spiritual energy was surging like a spirit sea, and it was frighteningly dense. "Buzz!" He moved his 5 fingers together and began to engrave the eternal killing formation, the sect-protecting killing formation of the great sect. In an instant, the golden light outside his body became denser and more dazzling. There was a terrifying killing intent surging in all directions. This kid, after reaching the 6th heaven of the Emperor realm, his current strength is simply Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. After 2 years of personal guidance from an old drunkard, Lin Tian was much stronger than 2 years ago. How did this guy cultivate? Ling Yun stared. After 7 years of separation, Lin Tian had reached such a level when they met again. This was simply too exaggerated. Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others were naturally shocked. Such momentum was too intimidating. However, no one here was ordinary, and they soon calmed down. "Let's continue," Baiziki said in a deep voice. Then the group moved their gazes away from Lin Tian and focused on the matter of building the palace again. Buzz. At the top of the sky, Lin Tian was wholeheartedly engraving the eternal killing formation. The eternal killing patterns quickly imprinted into the surrounding void. At the same time, he was also inscribing the dragon burial formation. Dense dragon patterns interweaved, imprinting themselves in the void, imprinting themselves on the ground, and even sinking into the ground. They intersected and fused with the spirit sealing layout here, forming an extremely terrifying layout. Once activated, it could easily kill any cultivator below the Empyrean realm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Done. On this day, Lin Tian stopped. After spending a month, he had completely changed the spirit sealing pattern here. He no longer suppressed the primordial dragon chi underground to rush up and restricted the chi from spreading out of the Green Mountains. At the same time, he engraved a total of 19 eternal killing formations and 9 dragon burial formations, which completely enveloped the entire group of Green Mountains. The foundation of the inheritance and the sect-protecting killing formation had been completed, perfected, and perfect. At the same time, Baiziki and the others had also completed the task of establishing a sect. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the Green Mountains had completely changed. At first, they looked very ordinary, but after being polished by Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others, they now had an extraordinary aura. They were like immortal beasts lying on the ground, and their auras were very shocking. They could already be called immortal mountains. Within this group of immortal mountains, numerous immortal palaces sat there, and they were magnificent and luxurious. Moreover, there were many of them, and they occupied an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Not only were they on the ground, there were also palaces in the sky, and they were dragged by numerous powerful Tao markings to a height of 3 kilometers from the ground. Moreover, not only were there palaces in the sky, there were also numerous islands that were forcefully moved over by the group of people. Every single one of them was extremely huge, and they were spaced apart from the numerous palaces in an extremely orderly manner. These palaces and islands were surrounded by the primordial dragon chi that overflowed from beneath the group of immortal mountains, and they flowed with brilliant lights and overflowed with colors, and they were extremely magnificent. Magnificent! Magnificent! Ling Yan's eyes glowed. Magnificent palaces were laid out in all directions. Floating treasured islands covered the sky, and vast primordial dragon, Qi, filled every corner. Such a scene was too vast, and it could be said to be unprecedented in the 10 celestial territories. It could be said that this was a true holy land. Good. Lin Tian's eyes interweaved with divine light, and he couldn't help but say this word. So amazing. Bai Qiu's eyes were very bright. The group of people stood in the sky, and their eyes were all coiled with glittering bright lights. Let's go in and take a walk. Lin Tiandao. The group of people stepped down from the sky and stepped into the Holy Land. Inside the Holy Land, the primordial dragon Qi interweaved and was extremely dense, like a spiritual river flowing in the Holy Land. In a short period of a month, this Holy Land grew many strange celestial plants, and every one of them was extraordinary, surrounded by dazzling celestial radiance. They walked past many celestial pavilions and divine palaces, and their eyes were filled with bright lights. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the Holy Land. There stood a towering emperor's pagoda, which was divided into 9 levels, and it was the core of the Holy Land. No matter how strong the inheritance is, it still needs disciples. Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth and said, "Kid, it's time to announce it to the world." Hearing its words, everyone in this place looked at Lin Tian. When the Holy Land was first built, Lin Tian had already informed an old drunkard and the others. Now, it was time to announce it to the world. The Holy Land with Lin Tian as the center. Good. Lin Tian nodded. On this day, a voice resounded in the 9th heaven and even spread to the lower heavens. Lin Tian, with the cultivation of the 6th heaven of the Emperor realm, announced that he had established an immortal Holy Land in the East region and welcomed all loyal people in the 10 heavens to join. Instantly, the world was shocked. That reincarnation body, he established a holy land. This, all the cultivators were stunned. Then, in the next moment, many cultivators became excited and their eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. All the cultivators in the world who were in the East region went directly to Lin Tian's Holy Land. Those in the West region, South region, and North region did not hesitate to use a large amount of Lingjing to enter the East region through the teleportation arrays of some large sects in the 3 regions. During this process, many cultivators in the world were clear about their intentions. Destroy the great extinguishing godly dynasty and get rid of this huge rat. I want to join the Holy Land he established, even if I have to be a small pawn. The most powerful reincarnation royal body in history, the Emperor Realm Reincarnation Royal Body. I want to join the Holy Land established by such a godly person. I want to join too. Many cultivators' eyes were filled with divine light. There were many people in the 10 directions, heavenly domain, who hated the all-extinguishing God dynasty. Most of them had their close relatives who were killed by the all-extinguishing God dynasty. However, they couldn't do anything to the all-extinguishing God dynasty. It was really difficult to find the main clan of this bloodline. Even if they found it, ordinary people wouldn't be able to do anything because this bloodline was too strong. Just a few years ago, Lin Tian was ruthless and destroyed the great extinguishing godly dynasty. Such a magnificent feat undoubtedly made many cultivators who had their close relatives and friends killed by the great extinguishing godly dynasty feel extremely grateful. Now that Lin Tian had established a holy land, these people immediately rushed over. To other cultivators, Lin Tian was the most powerful reincarnation royal body and had reached the Emperor realm. More than 2 years ago, he had single-handedly destroyed the desolate godly palace, the sacred Yin-Yang sect, the heavenly demon sect, and the immortal sword island, the 4 top forces, and killed a group of ancient emperors. His strength was so powerful that it was shocking. In addition, he had a peerless demon king behind him, a terrifying master, and a heavenly venerable Wu Yi. The Holy Land established by such people was naturally very attractive because once one could join the Holy Land established by such a person, their future would definitely be extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Countless cultivators rushed toward the East region with excitement. At the same time, the various major forces were also moved. Southern region, legendary saber pavilion. He actually established a holy land. The Emperor Realm experts of this faction were stunned. Lin Tian wasn't even 100 years old, but he had already started to establish an immortal holy land. This caused the Emperor Realm experts of this faction to be stunned. Only after a while did the Emperor rank experts come back to their senses. Prepare the gifts and go congratulate him, the old ancestor of this faction said. A few years ago, Lin Tian had shown mercy to their legendary saber pavilion. The Emperor Realm experts of this faction were very grateful. Now that Lin Tian had established an immortal holy land, they naturally had to express their gratitude. Northern region, purple branding holy land, prepare the gifts. Purple branding holy land was one of the top forces of the Ten Heavens region. On this day, the old ancestor of this faction walked out of seclusion and said that he would personally head to the East region to congratulate Lin Tian on establishing an immortal holy land. Eastern region, Demon King Palace. Lord Lin actually established his own holy land in the East region, the same region as our Demon King Palace, as expected of Lord Demon King's brother. Prepare the gifts, let's go. The great demons of the Demon King Palace's eyes lit up. At the same time, the other great sects of the Ninth Heaven also reacted. Great figures were dispatched to the East region. It was because the one who established the great sect in the Eastern region was the legendary, most powerful reincarnation body, an emperor-level reincarnation body. He was the one who destroyed the desolate Divine Palace and several other peak-level inheritances by himself. Moreover, there were several exceptional figures standing behind him. How could the great sects of this heaven be indifferent to the fact that such a person established a great sect? Because Lin Tian's voice also spread to the lower heavens, some of the great sects and rogue cultivators of the lower heavens also set off and rushed to the East region of the Ninth Heaven. Eastern region, outside the Holy Land where Lin Tian and the others stood. At this time, cultivators were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Then many cultivators saw the appearance of the Holy Land where Lin Tian and the others stood, and they were all shocked. Everyone was shocked. Everywhere that met the eye was a vast group of immortal mountains. Every single immortal mountain was like an ancient immortal beast. And within this group of mountains that seemed like ancient immortal beasts were numerous grand halls and floating treasured islands. All of them were interwoven with complicated and profound markings of the Tao, and they possessed a grand, imposing aura that was unprecedentedly grand. Moreover, at this time, even if they were just standing far away from the immortal mountains, these cultivators could feel the amazing aura intertwined in the Holy Land. This aura was too rich. In many places, there were even immortal butterflies formed by the aura flying around, portraying a scene similar to that of an immortal realm. What? What a big deal. This is simply... Everyone's heart trembled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound. In the distance, figures appeared one after another, rushing here quickly. Lin Tian by Ziki and the others stood above the void of the Holy Land, looking at the cultivators who were constantly rushing over. Their eyes flashed. In the next moment, his gaze shifted slightly. Two figures were flying over from the southeast. One was an old man, and the other was a young girl. The old man and the young girl didn't stop outside the Holy Land like other cultivators. Instead, they directly came to Lin Tian and the others. They were the divine mathematician and the immortal spirit body, Yen Ya Senior Yer. Lin Tian stepped forward to greet them. The divine mathematician had a smile on his face. Little brother, congratulations. Next to him, Yenya also congratulated him, then blinked and asked, "Can I join your holy land?" Chapter 1281. Hearing Yenya words, Lin Tian was moved. I wanted to join his holy land? Of course. I'm happy that you want to join, but you're now the master of the divination sect. He was happy that Yenya wanted to join his holy land. In fact, he wanted to invite Yenya to join, but he couldn't in the end because Yenya was now the master of the divination sect, and only Yenya and the clairvoyant master were left in the sect. The future of the divination sect was all on Yenya shoulders, which was very different from Baiziki and the others. Now, if Yenya joined his holy land, she would bring the divination sect with her, which would make it seem like his holy land was swallowing the divination sect, which was very inappropriate. It's okay. Yenya was very smart, of course. She knew what Lin Tian was thinking. Our divination school is different from the other schools. All the masters of our school only need to ensure that the ancient scriptures are passed on and that we don't use them for evil purposes. Other than that, there are no restrictions. Therefore, there is no problem in joining your holy land. It won't affect the future of our school. Back then, when she obtained the Heavenly Fate Divine Mirror, the ancestor of the Heavenly Fate faction told her to help Lin Tian with the Heavenly Fate Divine Divination. She still remembered this matter. Hence, when Lin Tian was establishing the Heavenly Fate Divine Mirror, she came. "Little brother, don't worry, it's okay," the clairvoyant master said. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Since the master and disciple had said so, he immediately nodded seriously. "Good," he said. The Heavenly Secret Divination sect wasn't good at fighting, but the Heavenly Secret Divination sect was an astounding technique. They could deduce the Heavenly Secret Divination sect and know things that ordinary people wouldn't know. Since the ancient times, countless forces in the 10 directions heaven territory have been hoping to recruit a Heavenly Secret Divination sect member. Now, Yenya, the master of the divination school, had joined his holy land. Moreover, she had the celestial spirit king body and controlled the ancestor divine mirror of the divination school. This was definitely great news for his holy land. With Yenya in the holy land, the future of the holy land would definitely be more brilliant and resplendent than he had imagined. "I will establish the pavilion of heavenly mysteries for you. You will be the pavilion master," he said. This matter was extremely simple. He raised his hand, and golden divine light appeared. It surged into the holy land, and in the blink of an eye, an empty immortal palace in the holy land was simply modified and refined. It was replaced with a golden and jade plaque. The plaque was engraved with the 3 large words, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and it was intertwined with the aura of an emperor. Then he introduced Master God Diviner and Yenya, to Yang-Chi and Yenya. He also introduced them to his sisters, Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and Yang-Chi. "Welcome, little girl." Whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. It knew that Yenya was an immortal spirit body and had mastered the art of divination. It was very happy that Yenya had joined them. At this moment, demonic energy appeared in the distant skies. It was incomparably dense. Several hundred demonic beasts appeared. The 3 individuals at the very front interweaved with emperor might. The 3 eternal demon emperors of the demonic Lord Palace had arrived, leading several hundred experts of the demonic Lord Palace. "Lord Lin, congratulations!" The first Grand Elder of this faction spoke and handed over the congratulatory gift of the demonic Lord Palace. He continued, "We guessed that Lord Lin would be very busy today. We have brought along 500 experts to help Lord Lin deal with some trivial matters. We hope that you will be of help. Many thanks to the 3 of you. Please come in." Lin Tiandao thanked them. In truth, there would indeed be many matters to attend to today. The 3 Grand Elders of the demonic Lord Palace had brought along 500 experts of the demonic Lord Palace. They would indeed be able to help him deal with some trivial matters. This made him very grateful. The seats for the guests had already been prepared in the Holy Land. Whooshing Crocodile led the 3 grand elders of the demonic Lord Palace to the guest area. Whoosh! 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 Outside the group of immortal mountains where the Holy Land was located, the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Cultivators were constantly arriving. The 1,000 Slashes Sword Emperor is here to congratulate. A loud and clear voice rang out. The experts of the demonic Lord Palace, brought along by the grand elders of the demonic Lord Palace, came in handy at this time. Some of them stood guard outside the Holy Land, in charge of welcoming the guests who had come to congratulate Lin Tiandao. At this moment, after the 3 grand elders of the demonic Lord Palace, Ling Yun's master, the 1,000 Sword Emperor, had arrived to congratulate him. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Tiandao thanked him. The 1,000 Sword Emperor was Ling Yun's master and had helped him before. He had always remembered this in his heart. Now that he had reached the 6th heaven of the Monarch Emperor realm, his battle strength far surpassed the other party. However, he was still very respectful towards the other party. Master, Ling Yun stepped forward and personally led his master to the guest area. The old ancestor of the purple branding Holy Land is here to congratulate. Another loud and clear voice rang out. An expert of the demonic Lord Palace led an old man to the front of the Holy Land. He was the strongest old ancestor of the purple branding Holy Land of this generation. Little friend Lin, congratulations! The purple branding old ancestor's hair and beard were all white, but his vitality was still very strong. He had a smile on his face as he congratulated Lin Tiandao. This person had lived for countless years and was much older than Lin Tiandao. He was at the 9th heaven of the Monarch Emperor realm, but he was very polite to Lin Tiandao at this moment. This was because Lin Tiandao wasn't an ordinary person. He was an Emperor realm reincarnation body, and his battle strength was enough to suppress the world. Many thanks, Senior. Please enter. Since the other party was welcoming him with a smile and came to congratulate him, Lin Tiandao naturally wouldn't be arrogant. Even though he was much stronger than the other party, he still maintained sufficient etiquette. The legendary Saber Pavilion's old ancestor is here to congratulate you. Another loud voice rang out. The legendary Saber Pavilion's monarch experts, who were still alive, had all arrived. They came with expensive gifts and congratulated Lin Tiandao sincerely. Then the old ancestor and a few grand elders of this faction looked at the divine mathematician and Yenya. Obviously, they knew the two of them and bowed to apologize to the master and disciple. This was because the death of the previous generation's master of divine mathematician, Tianjizi, was related to their legendary Saber Pavilion. Although they weren't the ones who killed him and Tianjizi killed himself because of Tianjizi, they couldn't escape the responsibility. Moreover, they had also felt sorry for the divine mathematician and Yenyur back then. Tianjizi is already dead. You guys have also paid a price. Forget it. The divine mathematician sighed. Back then, the Heavenly Fate divine mathematician faction only consisted of Tianjizi, himself and Tianjizi. Tianjizi's death was mainly because of Tianjizi. He had already learned about Tianjizi's tragic death from Lin Tiandao and the destruction of the legendary Saber Pavilion. Now he didn't want to pursue the matter. As for the matter of the legendary Saber Pavilion making things difficult for him and Yenya, it was mainly because of Tianjizi. Now that he and Yenya were unharmed, he naturally didn't want to care too much. He wasn't someone who liked to fight. Many thanks. The legendary Saber Pavilion's old ancestor and several great elders said. Then the old ancestor of the legendary Saber Pavilion made a promise. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to ask. As long as the legendary Saber Pavilion can do it, we will not refuse. Good. The divine mathematician didn't want to say anything more and nodded. In the end, the powerhouses of the Beast Emperor Palace led the experts of the legendary Saber Pavilion to the guest seats in the Holy Land. At this time, more and more cultivators arrived outside the Holy Land, and the sound of whistling wind continued. Moreover, other great forces came to congratulate them. The Scarlet Flame Immortal Alliance has come to congratulate you. The Windfire Treasure Pavilion has come to congratulate you. The Scarlet Flame Immortal Sect has come to congratulate you. The Imperial Treasure Immortal Sect has come to congratulate you. The Peerless Tao Sect has come to congratulate you. Loud and clear voices sounded one after another. Many great figures of the 10 heavens rushed over one after another and warmly congratulated them. It didn't take long for the old ancestors of all the great forces in the 9th heaven to arrive one after another. This caused the dense crowd of cultivators who came to the Holy Land to feel their hearts palpitate. The creation of a sect by a single person actually attracted the strongest old ancestors of all the famous sects in the 9th heaven to arrive one after another. Such a thing can be said to be unprecedented. Reincarnation form, terrifying. Many people trembled. Everyone understood very clearly that the reason why this place could have such a grand scene was completely because the founder of the sect was Lin Tian, a reincarnated body who reached the emperor level. His strength alone was enough to suppress countless experts until they couldn't breathe. This was a reputation that was truly obtained through battle. This type of reputation even made the ancestors of various sects show him respect. The Burning Sun sect has come to congratulate you. A high-pitched voice sounded. As soon as this high-pitched voice came out, the cultivators outside the Holy Land were taken aback. Burning Sun sect? What sect is that? I've never heard of it. In the 9th heaven, there seems to be no Burning Sun sect among the famous great sections. It's just an unknown small sect. It should be the case. The ones who came to congratulate today are all famous great sects in the 9th heaven. Ordinary small sects can't come like this, right? I don't think it's simple. Outside the Holy Land, there were cultivators discussing. In the distance, a middle-aged man in a white robe and a woman in green walked side by side. Under the guidance of a monster race powerhouse, they walked towards the main gate of the Holy Land. An old drunkard and Qing Xian arrived. Lin Tian was moved and hurriedly greeted them. Master's wife. He saluted. Today was different from the past. There were too many cultivators gathered here, so he naturally wouldn't be as casual with an old drunkard as usual. Such a scene immediately moved the dense crowd of cultivators who had arrived outside the Holy Land. The strongest king body, the Emperor Realm Reincarnation Form Cultivator, bowed to a middle-aged man. This, Master of the Reincarnation Form. I remember it now. More than 7 years ago, more than 100 emperors went to compete for the reincarnation origin. The master of the reincarnation form cultivator was furious and killed most of the ancient emperors who went there, including the great success stage Sun King body, Cultivator. After that, someone sent out a divine sense imprint. It seems it's this person. Many cultivators were shocked. The cultivators who guessed that the Burning Sun sect is an unknown small sect suddenly felt a chill down their spines. The master of the reincarnation form, Cultivator, came to congratulate them in the name of the Burning Sun sect, which is enough to prove that he is from the Burning Sun sect. As for the reincarnation form Cultivator, he is also from the Burning Sun sect, a sect with 2 terrifying characters. They actually guessed that it is an unknown small sect. At this time, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. At the same time, in the guest area, all the important figures were moved. In front of the sacred ground, an old drunkard smiled and said to Lin Tiandao, "Everyone in the Burning Sun sect knows about your founding. Qing Xian and I represent everyone in the Burning Sun sect to congratulate you." No matter where this disciple is or what sacred ground he creates, he will always be a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tiandao smiled, but he said it very seriously. I know. An old drunkard also smiled. Lin Tiandao personally led an old drunkard and Qing Xian to the guest area. Instantly, all the important figures in this area stood up and warmly greeted him. The master of the reincarnation form, Cultivator, faced more than 100 emperors in a single day and killed more than half of them in anger. Even the Sun King body, Cultivator, who was at the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, was killed. How could these important figures not revere him? This was one of the true supreme experts of the current era. Demonic emperors come to congratulate you. Misty Mountain's master comes to congratulate you. Chapter 1282. As the voice sounded, 3 people walked over from a distance. Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy, and AI arrived together. All of a sudden, all the cultivators who came here were shocked. Demon Emperor, the most amazing ancient emperor in the history of the demon race. It is said that the reincarnation body is his elder brother. That's a peerless figure. Once the great void god slaying Tao appears, all things wither. Many people's hearts trembled. The demon emperor was definitely one of the true powerhouses of the 10 heavens domain since ancient times. His great void god slaying Tao could suppress the world. At the same time, more people's eyes fell on Wu Yi at this time. That is, the one from more than 7 years ago, that the invincible existence above the heavenly venerable realm. All the cultivators' hearts palpitated. 7 years ago, Lin Tian's reincarnation physique was exposed. Many emperors went to fight for it, and Wu Yi came out. That invincible strength made everyone's heart tremble. With just a glance, she scared the old monsters who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. After that, as one divine sense imprint after another spread out, almost all the cultivators in the 9th heaven knew about the existence of Wu Yi. Even after so many years, it was still difficult to forget, because she was an invincible existence above the heavenly venerable realm. At this time, listening to the shouts of the demon race powerhouses who led the Violet Fairy and Wu Yi, these people were shocked that Wu Yi was a powerhouse above the heavenly venerable realm. But at the same time, they were also a little surprised. She is the master of Ethereal Mountain. Many people were shocked. Ethereal Mountain, one of the top inheritances in the 10 heavens domain, had always been the most special. No one had ever seen the disciples of this lineage go out of the mountain to gain experience, nor did they participate in any disputes between the major forces. They only knew that this lineage was very powerful, but they didn't expect that Wu Yi, who was above the heavenly venerable realm, was actually the master of Ethereal Mountain. Ethereal Mountain, one of the 9 most special and powerful forces, is really terrifying. Many people's hearts trembled. Then, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but feel shocked. The reincarnation body was so powerful. His master was a peerless genius, and he was the elder brother of the demon emperor. He even got acquainted with the lord of the Ethereal Mountain, who was above the heavenly venerable level. He even got the lord of the Ethereal Mountain to help him personally. Now he came to congratulate him in the name of the Ethereal Mountain. This was truly shocking. With a smile on his face, Lin Tian personally went up to welcome Wu Yi, Violet Fairy, and AI. Congratulations, Big Brother Lin. Big Brother Lin is amazing. AI's eyes were very bright. Lin Tian had actually founded a school. She was very excited and very happy. The Violet Fairy also offered her congratulations. Beside her, Wu Yi nodded lightly at Lin Tian. She had never liked to speak. Wu Yi, little Taichu flew over. His big eyes were curved and he was adorable. He liked Wu Yi the most. Wu Yi smiled at little Taichu. With this smile, all the people around him lost their color. So beautiful. Lin, she was in a daze. Even Bai Qiu, Jiyu, and Yenya were slightly stunned. Each of their appearances were stunning, and very few people could compare to them. The words national beauty and devastatingly beautiful were not enough to describe them. However, when they saw Wu Yi at this time, they were moved. That kind of beauty made even them, as women, feel a little moved. Lord Demon Emperor, Lord Wu Yi. The 3 grand elders of the Demon Emperor Palace came over to welcome them. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another. There was an endless stream of cultivators rushing over from afar. Don't worry about us. There are already a lot of people here, Violet Fairy said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian looked outside. At this time, there was already a dense crowd of cultivators gathered outside the Holy Land. It was difficult to count how many there were, but there were definitely more than 100,000 people. Okay. He nodded at Violet Fairy and Wu Yi and asked the 3 grand elders of the Demon Emperor Palace to lead them to the guest area. At this time, it was time for him to do other things. He tilted his head and walked forward. At this time, he faced the group of ordinary cultivators who had gathered here. Baiziki and the others followed behind him. Yan Ye was also in this group. Now, she was also a member of the Holy Land. He looked at the group of cultivators who had gathered here. A faint divine radiance circulated around his body. Today, I, Lin Tian, am here to establish a sect. No matter why you are here, as long as you have no evil intentions, I welcome you on behalf of everyone behind me. His voice was very calm. It was not loud at all, but it traveled very far and floated into everyone's ears. This voice was mixed with a trace of extraordinary Taoist rhyme, causing the group of cultivators who heard this voice to instantly feel refreshed. Some cultivators with hidden illnesses felt that their hidden illnesses were instantly healed. Some cultivators who had been stuck in a cultivation bottleneck for a long time suddenly felt clear in their hearts, and their cultivation silently broke through to the next level. This caused many cultivators to feel shocked. Just a voice alone could cause such a reaction. What kind of strength was this? These people were excited. Then many people could not help but cheer. For a moment, the crowd was excited. Many cultivators spoke up. They were very interested and curious about the Holy Land that Lin Tian had established. They asked one question after another. However, there was only one question that was most common at the moment, and that was the name of the Holy Land. Excuse me, what is the name of the Holy Land? Many people asked. Hearing these people's voices, the group of important figures in the guest area could not help but look at Lin Tian. They had been here for a long time, but they still did not know the name of the Holy Land that Lin Tian had established. Baiziki and the others were suddenly stunned at this time. They were all moved. They had completely forgotten about this matter. Previously, they were busy waiting in the hall and did not ask Lin Tian if he had thought of the name of the Holy Land. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He had established the Holy Land. Naturally, he already had the name of the Holy Land in mind. He stood in front of the main gate of the Holy Land. The gate was 90 feet tall and was made of the red flame divine iron. It shone with divine light, looking grand and majestic. At the center of the gate, a huge golden stone was placed horizontally. It was the desolate immortal stone. It was difficult to find one in the world. It was a divine material used to forge top-tier heavenly treasures. Its value was amazing. Even emperor-level cultivators would be jealous of it. He looked at the group of cultivators outside the Holy Land. His right hand formed a sword finger. Golden sword chi surged and fell toward the desolate immortal stone on the main gate of the Holy Land behind him. When the sword chi made contact with the desolate immortal stone, it made an ear-piercing sound. He used the sword chi to carve words on the stone. Mortals have immortals in their hearts. They transcend all things. They are immortal, indestructible, and immortal. We have embarked on the path of cultivation with the bodies of mortals. Our ultimate goal is eternal life. We are willing to become true immortals side by side and achieve eternity. Therefore, the name of our inheritance is the celestial court. He spoke to the group of cultivators. As he finished speaking, the golden sword Qi stopped at the same time. On the desolate immortal stone, two ancient characters appeared, the celestial court. The two big characters were intertwined with emperor power, Taoist rhymes, and divine radiance. At this moment, they became the center of everyone's vision. The group of cultivators was stunned. They stared at the two characters on the desolate immortal stone. They were stunned by the two ancient characters that were intertwined with the charm of an emperor. They were even more stunned by Lin Tian's words. Even the VIPs in the VIP area were moved. We are willing to become true immortals side by side and achieve eternity. The emperor-level patriarch of the purple branding, Holy Land, murmured to himself. His eyes couldn't help but flicker. Becoming true immortals side by side and achieving eternity was named the Celestial Court. Was he going to lead everyone in the Celestial Court to become immortal and indestructible in the future and achieve eternity? How? How bold! The other big shots' hearts trembled. What a good name! What a good meaning! As expected of my elder brother. The violet fairy smiled. Very good. Wu Yi's voice was very soft. It was rare for him to speak at this moment. Baiziki and the others were also stunned at this moment. Then their eyes lit up. This kid, it seems like he has already thought about it. Wuxing Crocodile clenched its claws. It was obviously a little excited. Celestial Court, what a good name. Outside the Celestial Court, the group of cultivators was in a daze. Then their eyes lit up. Celestial Court. The Holy Land is called the Celestial Court. What a good name. What a good name. Many people couldn't help but comment. They were moved by the name of the Celestial Court. They were even more moved by the meaning of the two words Celestial Court that Lin Tian explained. Becoming true immortals side by side and achieving eternity. Good, good, good. Shouts rang out one after another. The crowd of cultivators who had arrived were all excited at this moment. They could only feel their blood boiling. Outside Lin Tian's body, golden divine light intertwined. Emperor power surged, and divine radiance intertwined in his eyes. Boom! Divine light surged. He stood in front of the Celestial Court. Emperor light surged, and the reincarnation diagram appeared behind him with boundless divine might. As soon as this aura was released, all the cultivators trembled. Even some of the older generation experts in the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm in the guest area couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. This aura was really too strong, and it could suppress everything. Is this the power of the reincarnation body? That diagram, could it be his king's region? It looks like the sacred diagram of heaven opening. It's simply, many people were shocked. At this moment, everyone's heart palpitated, and they all felt a chill down their spines. Too strong. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by divine radiance. At this moment, he showed his strength to all the cultivators who came here. Then he looked at little Taichu. Little Taichu obviously knew what he meant. The six-colored divine light surged, and he immediately adjusted his aura to the peak. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth shook violently. The sacred six-colored divine light was vast and mighty, almost dyeing the sky into 6 colors. Outside the Celestial Court, all the cultivators turned pale and trembled. It's not an ordinary emperor's aura. It has already surpassed heavenly venerable level. In the guest area, many big shots were shocked, and some couldn't help but stand up directly. There was actually a heavenly venerable level existence in the Celestial Court. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Baiziki and the others. Baiziki and the others naturally understood. At this moment, they didn't hide anything and fully displayed their cultivation, each of them erupting with divine radiance. Lightning surged outside Baiziki's body, and a dense palace appeared behind him. supporting the divine roar palace of the king's region. Behind Bai Chiao, the stars and moon appeared together, intertwining with each other and supporting the bright moon of the king's region. Divine power surged out of Shui Ye's body, and an ancient immortal tomb appeared. A soul shadow appeared, supporting the king's region's 1,000-soul tomb. Yenya was very ethereal. Her divine power moved, and boundless Tao light appeared, supporting the immortal Tao forest of the king's region. Behind Fanning Xiong, a light realm appeared, revealing broken mountains that supported the king's region's immortal Crack Mountain. Golden light surged outside Yi Tong's body as she opened the sun god's eye. Her eyes were extremely bright, as if she could see through everything in the world. The black dragon sword and black light shone brightly, supporting a light realm. A shocking dragon roar came from within, shaking the surroundings. At the same time, Jiyu, Sushu, Lin Shi, Wuxing Crocodile, Yangqi, and Lingyan supported a powerful spiritual consciousness phenomenon. Their auras were not much weaker than the king's region, and their divine might was terrifying. Chapter 1283. Outside the celestial court, all the cultivators were stunned. Many of them felt that their internal organs were trembling at this moment. The emperor-level reincarnation king, Physique, the heavenly venerable little beast, and the other nirvana realm cultivators. The thunder god Physique, the extreme Een Physique, the heavenly demon Physique, the immortal spirit Physique, the barbarian king Physique, the divine eye of the sun, and the flood dragon with the bloodline of the true dragon. The others all comprehended the vision of the sea of consciousness. This is simply, everyone was shocked. Since ancient times, it had been difficult to find a king Physique. The appearance of one was enough to shake the world. As long as they continued to grow, each of them would be an earth-shattering figure who could suppress the world. But now, in Celestial Court, there were a total of 6 king Physiques, including the strongest reincarnation Physique. This was simply unimaginable. In addition, the divine eye of the sun was comparable to a king Physique. The flood dragon with the bloodline of the true dragon was also comparable to a king Physique. Those who could comprehend the vision of the sea of consciousness were all giants among men. When such a group of people gathered together, the cultivators couldn't help but tremble. This is the current strength of the Celestial Court. The big shots in the guest area were also shocked. The emperor-level reincarnation Physique was extremely terrifying, and the heavenly venerable little Taichu was terrifying. They didn't expect that apart from these two, the other important members of the Celestial Court were also extraordinary. 5 of them were king Physiques. One of them had the divine eye of the sun, which was comparable to a king Physique and the flood dragon with the bloodline of the true dragon. The others had all comprehended the vision of the sea of consciousness. This was too shocking. Throughout history, which inheritance in the 10 directions, heavenly domain, could have so many king Physiques and geniuses at the same time. It was extremely shocking. Such a combination of members was simply enough to defeat everything. Boom! The rolling divine power was vast and mighty. Several types of king's domain and sea of consciousness intertwined, shaking all directions and shaking the sky. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden divine light. With the reincarnation diagram above his head, he looked like a real god. Not only does our immortal court have a vast foundation, but we also have unparalleled combat, strength, and cultivation resources. We can still look down on the world. He stood in front of the gate of the celestial court with faint divine light intertwined in his eyes. He said, "Ancient cultivation scriptures, divine weapons, all kinds of Baodan, rare divine materials, Lingjing immortals, etc. Our celestial court has everything, and they are all extraordinary." As his words fell, the divine light around Bai Ziki, Lingyan, Fanning Xiong, and the others became even more intense. Crash! The scriptures trembled. Bai Ziki raised his hand and complete ancient scriptures and divine ability secret manuals appeared in the spatial saint artifact that he had prepared long ago. All of them were intertwined with divine light. Among them, there were a total of 9 complete Emperor-level cultivation scriptures, more than 100 Emperor-level divine ability secret arts, and countless other ancient scriptures and divine ability secret arts. At this moment, they were all floating in the air. Lin Tian obtained these scriptures when he destroyed the ancient desolate shrine and the 8th territory in the sealed dust ancient region a few years ago. He had given them to Baiziki and asked Baiziki to display them now. Baiziki would be in charge of the scripture pavilion of the Celestial Court. Oh my God! There are so many Emperor-level scriptures. Which sect in the 10 directions heavenly domain has so many cultivation scriptures? Outside the Celestial Court, everyone's heart trembled. Even the big shots in the guest area were shocked. This kind of ancient scripture was really too shocking. Buzz! Lightning intertwined. Baiziki waved his hand, and all the ancient scriptures and divine ability secret arts moved along with the lightning. They fell into a majestic immortal palace in the Celestial Court. Above it, there were 3 ancient scriptures that intertwined with thick Taoist rhythms, the scripture pavilion. Many cultivators stared at it with their eyes wide open, and their eyes almost fell out. Clang! At this moment, the ear-piercing sound of weapons reverberated in all directions and instantly shattered all the clouds in the sky. Yang Qi raised his hand, and the precious weapons that Lin Tian had given him were released from his spatial ring. They were wrapped in divine power, and all of them were shining with cold light. Among them, there were 19 quasi-heavenly treasures, nearly 1,000 saint weapons, thousands of divine weapons, tens of thousands of Tao weapons, and countless immortal weapons. Whoosh! 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 The precious weapons were intertwined with immortal light, and under Yang Qi's control, they flew into the divine weapon palace of the Celestial Court. He was going to take control of the divine weapon palace of the Celestial Court. At the same time, whooshing crocodiles swept out a sky full of immortal pills. There were all kinds of Baodan, and they fell into the celestial elixir court of the Celestial Court. The black flood dragon shook its body, and a large number of strange immortal treasures flew out and disappeared into the treasure pavilion of the Celestial Court. Fan Yingxiong raised his hand, and one Lingjing after another flew into the Lingjing vault of the Celestial Court. These were all given to them by Lin Tian. They would be in charge of the Celestial Elixir Court, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Lingjing Vault, respectively. I saw a dozen quasi-heavenly treasures, nearly 1,000 saint weapons, divine weapons, Tao weapons, and immortal weapons. There are so many. All kinds of Baodan. I can't believe the legendary divine materials for forging peak-level heavenly treasures are all here, and there are so many of them. How many Lingjing are there? A conservative estimate is at least a few billion kilograms. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they were excited. Looking at the ancient scriptures and divine weapons, Baodan, Lingjing, and the other cultivators' eyes became extremely hot, like hungry wolves that had seen their prey for a long time. At this moment, everyone wanted to join the Celestial Court. How bright would the future be if they joined such a Celestial Court? The big shots in the guest area, except for an old drunkard, Qing Xian, Wu Yi, and the Purple Fairy, were all palpitating. Many of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The Celestial Court's foundation was really shocking. It was unprecedented in history. Boom! Lin Tian raised his hand, and a pagoda flew out of his body. It was a peak-level heavenly treasure that he had taken time to forge in the past few years and asked an old drunkard to help him. It was much more powerful than ordinary peak-level heavenly treasures. It could be called the Emperor of Heavenly Treasures. The pagoda was intertwined with golden divine light and turned into a stream of light that rushed into the Celestial Court and entered the Emperor's pagoda in the center of the Celestial Court. This was the core of the Celestial Court. This caused the cultivators' hearts to palpitate again. Obviously, they could see how terrifying this pagoda was. The celestial court is truly established now. Golden light surged around Lin Tian's body, and the emperor's aura became stronger, causing the sky to pale, but didn't suppress anyone. At the same time, the little Taichu released his heavenly venerable aura again, and the divine light around Baiziki and the others became stronger. The reincarnation diagram, heavenly venerable aura, several kings' domains, and the sea of consciousness phenomenon surged together. The celestial court had truly descended on the 10 directions celestial domain. As the group of people exuded even more powerful divine aura, the cultivators outside the celestial court were in an uproar. Celestial court! Celestial court! Celestial court! The cultivators couldn't help but roar, and they couldn't help but feel the blood in their bodies boiling. I want to join the celestial court. I want to join too. Me too. Excuse me, what are the conditions to be qualified to join the celestial court? I want to become a member of the celestial court. At this moment, everyone outside the celestial court was shocked. Everyone wanted to join the celestial court, and there were even some boundary emperors who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Lin Tian stood in front of the celestial court and looked at the excited crowd. Golden light intertwined around his body, and at this moment he soared into the sky. Following him, Baiziki and the others also moved and ascended into the void. Inside the celestial court, the void buzzed and a martial arts practice field floated over. It was unimaginably huge and could accommodate at least 1 million people at the same time. This martial arts practice field was forged with special and strange divine materials. It was engraved with dense emperor-level Tao patterns and powerful formation patterns, which were personally engraved by Lin Tian. With their support, this martial arts practice field could be said to be incomparably sturdy, and it could withstand the full force attack of a 7th heaven emperor without shattering. He soared into the sky, and Baiziki and the others followed behind him. They ascended to the scarlet jade divine platform at the front of the martial arts practice field. Looking out of the celestial court, they could see everything. The celestial court does not look at talent, potential, or aptitude. As long as you are loyal and have a righteous heart, you can join and become a member of the celestial court. He looked at the crowd of cultivators below and said, as soon as such words came out, many cultivators outside the celestial court were stunned. Then all of them cheered excitedly. Since ancient times, the more powerful the inheritance of a force, the more stringent the rules for recruiting disciples. Various tests of talent, potential, and aptitude were very strict. But now, such a powerful celestial court only had such simple requirements. In other words, there were no requirements at all. This made these cultivators extremely excited, and their eyes burned with passion. Even the big shots in the guest area were surprised. Obviously, they were shocked by Lin Tian's simple requirements. I want to join the celestial court. Please let me join. I am here for no other reason than Lord Lin has destroyed the great extermination, divine dynasty. I want to become a member of the celestial court. Outside the celestial court, a group of cultivators shouted, and their voices shook the surroundings. Everyone was excited and exhilarated. Lin Tian stood on the martial arts practice field. With a move of his divine consciousness, the Tao patterns and array patterns on the martial arts practice field all emitted dazzling light. The divine light turned into divine stairs that appeared at the edge of the martial arts practice field and spread all the way to the surface outside the celestial court. His eyes were intertwined with radiance. He looked at the cultivators outside the celestial court like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The celestial court has established its inheritance here. Those who are loyal and righteous and want to join the celestial court, step up. Whoosh! In an instant, the crowd was excited. In the next moment, the cultivators moved one by one. They climbed up the golden divine stairs that extended from the martial arts practice field. Like a torrent of people, their true essence waves and divine power waves intertwined at the same time. They really don't have any requirements at all. As long as they are loyal and righteous, anyone can join. This scene, in the guest area, many big shots looked at the dense crowd of cultivators rushing up to the martial arts practice field. Their eyes flickered. I want to become a member of the Celestial Court. Excited voices rose and fell like waves. Outside the Celestial Court, a group of cultivators rushed to the martial arts practice field of the Celestial Court. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Chapter 1284. More than 100,000 cultivators stood on the training field in an orderly manner. Their eyes were shining with excitement. So many cultivators have joined since the establishment of the inheritance. This has never happened before. A big shot sighed. 100,000 cultivators had joined since the establishment of the sect. This was not a small number. Moreover, there were even a few quasi-emperors among them. On the training field, Lin Tian stood on the divine altar at the forefront. Faint divine light intertwined around his body as he scanned the 100,000 cultivators. Everyone welcome. Welcome to the Celestial Court. There was a faint golden glow in his eyes. Celestial Court. Celestial Court. Celestial Court. On the training field, a group of cultivators responded and roared in unison. At this time, these cultivators' blood was boiling. Their eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Tian at the forefront. The voices only subsided after dozens of breaths, causing the place to become quiet. Lin Tian's body was shrouded in golden light. He scanned the 100,000 immortal soldiers on the training field and spoke again. Any inheritance has a certain order. The Celestial Court is no exception. Now, I will announce the order that the members of the Celestial Court must abide by. Hearing his words, the expressions of the 100,000 immortal soldiers on the martial practice field turned solemn and serious. Lin Tian looked at these people. Golden light flickered around his body. His voice was like sword light clanging. First, the disciples of the Celestial Court are prohibited from killing each other. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the Celestial Court and punished severely. Second, the disciples of the Celestial Court are prohibited from attacking ordinary mortals. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the Celestial Court and punished severely. Third, do not rely on your strength to bully your fellow cultivators. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Of course, if someone bullies us for no reason, there is no need to tolerate it. We will return it 100-fold. Now, I can only think of these 3 points for the time being. These 3 points are that all disciples of the Celestial Court must abide by. His solemn voice resounded in all directions. The eyes of the 100,000 immortal soldiers on the training field lit up. Lin Tian read out the 3 rules of the Immortal Court in a strict tone. But the immortal soldiers didn't feel that the 3 rules were strict at all. Forbidding the killing of fellow disciples was to prevent conflicts between fellow disciples and to unite them. Forbidding the attacking of ordinary mortals was to remind them not to forget their roots, because all of them had stepped onto the path of cultivation with the bodies of mortals. Forbidding the bullying of others and not fearing the humiliation of others was to remind them not to bully the weak and not to fear the strong. From these 3 laws, the immortal soldiers saw the benevolence and righteousness of the Immortal Court and Lin Tian. Everyone's eyes lit up and their expressions were solemn. Everyone opened their mouths and responded to Lin Tian in unison. We will obey the Immortal's order. We will obey the Immortal's order. Honorable immortal command. The 100,000 immortal soldiers spoke in unison, their voices like raging waves. Why would he not follow these 3 rules that were full of benevolence and righteousness? They were willing to abide by it with their lives and dignity. All right, Lin Tian said as he looked at the 100,000 immortal soldiers. This was the first wave of members of the Immortal Court. With these 100,000 disciples of the Immortal Court had truly evolved. On the training field, shouts rose and fell one after another, and it took a long time for it to quiet down. Kid, the rules have been read out. The immortal court has truly descended upon the world. As the master of the immortal court, say a few words of ambition. Whooshing crocodiles said at this moment. Upon hearing this, Baiziki and the others all looked at Lin Tian. On the training field, the 100,000 immortal soldiers all looked at Lin Tian at this moment. Even the big shots in the guest area focused their gazes on Lin Tian. Lin Tian paused. After a pause, the divine light outside his body was completely suppressed, and he took a step forward. He looked at the 100,000 immortal soldiers in front of him, and his voice was very calm with a kind of sincerity. The members of the immortal court are all companions. I want to turn this inheritance into a place where you value your companions and treat them like family. Companions and family are not just words, but can truly trust each other with their backs. When you are uneasy, please trust me. When you are in trouble, please rely on me. When there is a war, please follow me. With the endless stars as my witness, we will rush to eternity. His voice was not generous at all, and it was not passionate at all. It was like a breeze floating in the training field of the immortal court. In an instant, everyone in the training field was stunned. Companions, family. Some immortal soldiers muttered to themselves. At this moment, the words companions and family appeared in the hearts of the 100,000 immortal soldiers at the same time. They entered the immortal court not as ordinary disciples of the immortal court. They were companions and family. They had a leader that they could trust, rely on, and truly follow. Everyone was in a daze, and a strange thing emerged in their hearts. That thing seemed to be a sense of belonging. The big shots in the guest area were also in a daze. They didn't expect that a young man could actually say such words. Changfeng, your disciple is too outstanding. Qing Xian said to an old drunkard. An old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face. He didn't say anything and looked at the training field of the immortal court very casually. Well said. The Violet Fairy and Wu Yi were together. Her black hair hung down to her waist, and she looked like a real fairy. Wu Yi was very quiet, without any emotional fluctuations, as if she had walked out of a painting, untainted by the mortal world. In the training field of the immortal court, all the immortal soldiers were in a daze and were incomparably quiet, until a few breaths later the crowd became excited. Immortal court! Immortal court! Immortal court! Everyone roared. After entering the immortal court, they were companions and family. These words came from their leader, the master of the immortal court. They were excited, and touched. Throughout history, which master of a major force had ever called their disciples companions and family? And which master of a major sect would say to their disciples, please trust me, please rely on me, and please follow me? Among them there was the word please. It was a hope, not an order. At this moment, they clearly felt that the immortal court was a vast inheritance. Although there were differences in status and power, there was no one who looked up to or looked down on others. In a sense, all the members of the immortal court, regardless of whether they were strong or not, were equal. This equality made their blood boil. Immortal Emperor. It was unknown who among the 100,000 immortal soldiers shouted these two words in a loud and clear voice. Suddenly, the training field fell silent for a moment. Then, intense echoes broke out like a flash flood. Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Their voices rumbled and shook all directions. At this moment, the 100,000 immortal soldiers were extremely excited. They were glad that they had joined the immortal court. At this moment, they were excited and glad not because of the strength and unparalleled resources of the immortal court, but because the immortal court had the most outstanding master. It was only because they had the most outstanding leader. Immortal Emperor. These two big words resounded in the sky, causing the clouds in the distance to shatter. The aura was soul-shaking. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Immortal Emperor, this title. Very good. I swear on my soul that I will follow the Immortal Emperor for life. Someone roared. I will follow the Immortal Emperor for life. I will follow the Immortal Emperor for life. I will follow the Immortal Emperor for life. 100,000 immortal soldiers roared in unison. Looking at the 100,000 immortal soldiers, Lin Tian's body surged with golden divine light again. Good. His eyes were intertwined with divine light, and the divine light outside his body was even denser. All disciples of the Immortal Court enter the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court had already prepared the cultivation areas and living areas for the disciples, and had divided them into various categories. At this moment, he used his tyrannical emperor-level divine will to send this information into the sea of consciousness of all the disciples of the Immortal Court in front of him. Yes, 100,000 immortal soldiers responded in unison. They spread along the divine staircase in the Immortal Court and poured into the Immortal Court. Soon, the 100,000 immortal soldiers all stepped into the Immortal Court. From this moment on, the Immortal Court truly began to operate. Congratulations, Immortal Emperor. Some old antiques of the ninth heaven congratulated him. The masters of the major sects were all polite, and there was surprise in their eyes. They were indeed shocked by the grand occasion of the Immortal Court. Thank you, everyone. Lin Tian greeted them politely. On this day, in a vast immortal palace in the Immortal Court, a banquet was set up with many delicacies to thank the people who came to congratulate him. It wasn't until the next day that the big shots left one after another. Then a few more days passed. An old drunkard and Qing Xian left the Immortal Court and returned to the Burning Sun sect. Not long after that, Wu Yi Violet Fairy and AI also left the Immortal Court and returned to the Ethereal Mountain. The Immortal Court was vast, and there were more than 100,000 immortal soldiers. Some disciples began to move around in the sect, but it wasn't chaotic at all. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. In the Immortal Court, Baiziki and Yangqi were both born in big clans that had been passed down since ancient times. Moreover, they were both very calm and meticulous. They knew how to manage an inheritance. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since the Immortal Court truly arrived in the mortal world. The Immortal Court only has the main clan is far from enough. We still have to set up various branches outside to collect all kinds of information and gather all kinds of resources in the world. On this day, a group of main members of the Immortal Court gathered together to discuss the future development of the Immortal Court. Yes, I know this. Lin Tian nodded. We should set up corresponding branches in the 4 major domains of the East, South, West, and North. We can even set up branches in the lower heavens. However, we don't need to rush this matter. After all, we have just established the Holy Land not long ago. The most important thing now is to properly familiarize ourselves with the new members of the Immortal Court. We can set up branches outside the main clan in a few months. Baiziki said, Yes, brother-in-law is right. We should properly familiarize ourselves with the new members of the Immortal Court. When we set up branches, we can assign suitable disciples to guard and control them. Wuxing Crocodile agreed. On this day, everyone discussed with each other and only ended at midnight. Time passed by in a flash. On this day, the Immortal Court sent out immortal soldiers and immortal generals, one after another, and began to establish branch divine cities in the East, South, West, and North regions of the ninth heaven. A small divine city was built in each major domain, and suitable immortal soldiers and immortal generals were assigned to guard it. Chapter 1285. In the ninth heaven, the eastern, western, southern, and southern regions all started to build branches of the Immortal Court. In the ninth heaven, every half a month, new information will be sent to the main Immortal Court, and there will be special personnel to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, a full year passed. In this year, the name of the Immortal Court spread to every corner of the ninth heaven. Its momentum can be said to be unparalleled in the ninth heaven, surpassing any top force. I'm tired. In a temple of the immortal court, Ling Yun gritted his teeth. In this year, the name of the immortal court spread to every corner of the ninth heaven. But after all, it's still in the early stages of the emergence of a holy land. There are too many things to deal with at this stage, and they are often very busy. Speaking of which, I've always been clamoring to build a holy land. Now that I think about it, what's the purpose of building a holy land? He said. Now he suddenly had some doubts. Making achievements and leaving some inheritance marks in this world is more meaningful than simply cultivating and becoming stronger. Lin Tiandao, whooshing crocodile, squinted at him. At such a young age, you really know how to sigh. Then it opened its mouth again. However, it does make sense. Of course, it makes sense. After all, I'm the immortal emperor. Lin Tian smiled. Get lost. Whooshing crocodile wanted to slap him with its claws. The world was gradually shrouded in darkness. In the sky, stars dotted the sky, and a full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling silver light all over the sky. Immediately, the stars gradually disappeared, and the full moon disappeared. Dawn appeared, and a new day arrived. Brothers, let's go to the eighth heaven. Ling Yin stood above the immortal court and shouted. After a year, in the ninth heaven, the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions, branch divine cities have been built, and everything is on the right track. Now, the immortal court will take the next step and establish a new immortal court branch in the eighth heaven. Yes, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals responded in unison, their blood boiling with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ear-piercing sounds could be heard as many immortal soldiers and immortal generals rushed up. Let's go. In the sky, Lin Tian, Ling Yin, by Ziki, whooshing crocodile, Yang Qi, and the others were there. Lin Tian opened his mouth and tore open the heavenly domain barrier. Golden divine light enveloped Ling Yin, the immortal soldiers, and the immortal generals. In an instant, they disappeared from the sky above the immortal court. Darkness shrouded their field of vision. The next moment, the void cracked open and light appeared. The group appeared in a celestial ridge. As far as the eye could see, this immortal ridge occupied a large area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were many majestic mountains within, and the spiritual chi here was extraordinary and very dense. This is an immortal land selected by Lin Tian using the dragon burial scripture. In the deepest part of the earth, there is a hidden divine vein. This is the location of the immortal court's branch in the eighth heaven. Begin. Lin Tiandao. Yes. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals responded. Then they began to build palaces in this immortal ridge. There was no lack of powerhouses among this group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals, so it wasn't difficult for them to build palaces. At the same time, Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others personally began to lay out and engrave defensive formations. It took them half a month to complete this branch of the immortal court. At this time, in this immortal mountain range, there were many palaces and palaces, giving off a majestic aura. It was almost comparable to a top force like the legendary Saber Pavilion in the ninth heaven. Inside, there were powerful Tao patterns intertwining in all directions. Great! Lin Tiandao. The immortal court established a branch here. This branch alone is enough to be called the first in the eighth heaven. After that, he and Baiziki left, leaving the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind. Among these immortal soldiers and immortal generals, there was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse in charge of this branch. He was responsible for collecting intelligence and resources in the eighth heaven for the immortal court. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, another year passed. Boom! In the ninth heaven, in a forbidden land, golden divine light soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura surged like a stormy sea. As soon as such an aura appeared, the cultivators passing by this forbidden land were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Someone is inside. Who is it? This is Tong Yu Valley. It's famous for not being able to leave after entering. Many powerhouses in the cultivation world died there one after another. Someone is actually fighting inside. These cultivators' hearts palpitated. Tong Yu Valley is a famous forbidden land in the ninth heaven. It's very terrifying. Even quasi-emperors don't dare to set foot in it easily. But now someone is actually fighting inside. This caused these cultivators to show a surprised expression and disbelief. Boom! 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 The void trembled, and golden divine light surged. A young man rushed into the sky and fought with a terrifying beast. That person is the divine child of the immortal court, the Eye of the Sun, Yi Tong. No wonder. I was wondering who dared to enter the Forbidden Land. It turned out to be that person. I heard that during this year, this young man has left the immortal court and has been training alone. The places he has been training in are all dangerous places. It's a complete mess. The group of cultivators shrank their necks. In the Tong Yu Valley, golden light surged around Yi Tong's body. At this time, she opened her Eye of the Sun and killed the beast. In the next moment, a golden light intertwined, and Yi Tong rushed into the depths of the Tong Yu Valley. She actually went to the depths. That place is the most dangerous place in the Tong Yu Valley. Many quasi-emperors have died there. Her cultivation is really ruthless. She is indeed worthy of being the disciple of the Lord of the Immortal Court. These cultivators trembled. They stared at the Tong Yu Valley for a long time before turning around and leaving. In the sky, the clouds moved with the wind, drifting into the distance. The sun shone on the entire ninth heaven. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the immortal court developed very quickly and became stronger. A large number of cultivators joined the immortal court, one after another. In the entire immortal court, the total number of immortal soldiers and immortal generals has exceeded 300,000. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others also built branches of the immortal court in the 7th heaven and the 6th heaven. Each branch was very magnificent, and each branch was guarded by a quasi-emperor powerhouse. After the branch of the immortal court was built in the 6th heaven, Lin Tian didn't intend to go any further. The 5th heaven was the chaotic heaven, a natural heaven for training. He wouldn't break this rule and establish a branch of the immortal court in the 5th heaven. As for the 4th heaven and the 1st heaven, there was the barbarian race in the 4th heaven, the emergence Tao sect in the 3rd heaven, the Bai family in the 2nd heaven, and the burning sun sect and the valley of the harp in the 1st heaven. He naturally wouldn't establish a branch of the immortal court in these 4 heavens. This was a show of respect to the barbarian race, the emergence Tao sect, the Bai family, the burning sun sect, and the valley of the harp. The cultivation world of these 4 heavens will be led by the barbarian race, the emergence Tao sect, the Bai family, and the burning sun sect, and the valley of the harp. The sect master clan will be established in the 9th heaven, and the 8th heaven, the 7th heaven, and the 6th heaven will establish a branch. Each branch is extremely powerful and dominates these heavens. The immortal court is terrifying. After all, it is established by an emperor-level reincarnation body. Moreover, there are empyrean-level existences among them, as well as several other powerful monarch bodies. Divine eyes of the sun, true dragon bloodline, and several geniuses who can control the spiritual sea. In short, terrifying. After a few years, the prestige of the immortal court grew even stronger. In the cultivation world, there were cultivators in various restaurants talking about the immortal court. A new era, the era of the immortal court. Some older cultivators sighed with emotion. There was no doubt that the immortal court's prestige was unparalleled in the current 10 directions heavens. No cultivator was not in awe of it. On the surface, the prestige of the immortal court was the strongest in the current 10 directions heavens. Time flew by, and another 2 years passed. The immortal court's development was even stronger, and its influence in the 10 directions heavens had become even stronger. The number of members in the immortal court had reached 700,000, and there were many powerhouses in the Holy Land. Boom! On this day, the ninth heaven trembled. A wave of emperor's light of death gushed out and fell into an ancient city in the western region. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the living beings in this ancient city died tragically. Among them were cultivators and mortals. Their bodies exploded at the same time. Pieces of flesh and blood gushed out. Then they turned into streams of pure light of life that surged into the sky. They entered a figure shrouded in hazy emperor, light in the sky like a small stream flowing into the sea. This is. In the ancient city, some of the older cultivators who were still alive trembled. At this time, they stared at the hazy figure in the sky, watching the light of life pouring into the hazy figure's body. The ancient emperor is absorbing the life of others. Is it to replenish his own lifespan? Run. In the ancient city, those who were still alive rushed out frantically, each of them terrified. At this moment, the ancient city shattered. Those who were still alive were all powerful cultivators, and they knew very well what was happening. The power of time was irreversible. The ancient emperor's lifespan was running out. In order to replenish his own lifespan, he began to slaughter thousands of living beings, seizing the life aura of thousands of living beings and refining it into a tonic to replenish his own lifespan. This kind of thing had happened many times in the history of cultivation. Every time, countless living beings died, and it was sad and miserable. This was the dark turmoil. I don't want to die. Someone screamed in horror. In the sky, the hazy figure, shrouded in the emperor light, had deep and ruthless eyes. Another wave of emperor light fell, shrouding all the people who were escaping from the ancient city, causing their bodies to explode in an instant, directly seizing their life force. The entire ancient city completely collapsed at this moment, leaving only broken walls and ruins, turning into a purgatory. The hazy emperor's eyes were cold and indifferent. Soon after, he appeared above another ancient city, and the emperor light directly pressed down. Puff! 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 Blood, mist exploded one after another. In the ancient city, most of the living beings died, tragically. Their life force was instantly taken away by the hazy emperor's shadow. Is there another ancient emperor who has started the dark turmoil again? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Run. Some cultivators trembled in fear. Ninth heaven, eastern domain, immortal Lyceum. Immortal light lingered in the immortal Lyceum, and vast spiritual energy surged like a river of stars. There were mortal butterflies flying in it. At this moment, in the center of the immortal Lyceum, inside the immortal Emperor Pagoda, Lin Tian, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Chi! 2 rays of light flashed from his eyes, directly annihilating the void in front of him. Western domain. Emperor light intertwined in his eyes. Obviously, he had sensed the turmoil in the western domain. At this time, he didn't stay in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Instead, he stepped out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, tore open a space crack, and disappeared from the immortal Lyceum. Chapter 1286. Lin Tian tore through the void and left the immortal court. In an instant, he appeared in the western region of the ninth heaven. His eyes were intertwined with emperor light. I don't want to die. Help! Far away in an ancient city, screams and cries for help mixed together. It was mournful, sad, and panicked. A hazy emperor's shadow stood above the ancient city. His eyes were cold, and his body was surrounded by emperor light. Rays of light of life rushed out from the ancient city and quickly entered his body. No! Someone roared as he watched his loved ones explode in front of him, turning into a blood mist and being swallowed by the hazy emperor's shadow. The hazy emperor's shadow's eyes were deep and emotionless. He raised his hand and shot a sky full of emperor light towards the ancient city. The emperor light was so strong that it enveloped the entire ancient city and pressed down. The ancient city was broken, and the cultivators who were still alive trembled in despair. Many people collapsed on the ground. How could an ordinary person resist the power of the emperor? Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing, and a golden sword chi slashed over from a distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it instantly shattered the ember light that filled the sky. Lin Tian walked over from a distance. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, like a god walking between heaven and earth. For a moment, everyone in the ancient city was shocked. The master of the immortal court, the immortal emperor, someone trembled. After a few years, the prestige of the immortal court had already spread all over the world. As the master of the immortal court, everyone in the cultivation world naturally knew about it. In fact, long before Lin Tian established the immortal court, his prestige had spread far and wide. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about him. Lord Immortal Emperor, save us! In the ancient city, the people who were still alive spoke one after another, trembling as they begged Lin Tian for help. Many people even knelt down. Lin Tian looked at the ancient city. The ancient city covered a large area, enough to accommodate 500,000 people. But now the ancient city was torn apart and blood and bones were everywhere. Roughly estimating that 300,000 innocent people had died tragically. He glanced at the cultivators who knelt down and begged for help. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the emperor's shadow opposite him. The hazy emperor's shadow looked at Lin Tian, and his deep eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he knew about Lin Tian's existence. Immortal, clang! The golden sword light cut through the air, interrupting the great emperor's words and heading straight for the great emperor's shadow. The hazy emperor's shadow was very strong. It turned into a blur and quickly dodged the sword. The golden sword light landed on a mountain in the distance, directly shattering the mountain, scattering sand and dust all over the sky. The hazy emperor's eyes darkened. Immortal Emperor, this seat and you have minded our own business. What is the meaning of this? What do you think? Lin Tian raised his hand, and the golden sword light converged to form a golden divine sword. He walked towards his opponent. The eyes of the hazy emperor darkened as he said coldly, "These people have nothing to do with you. For these people who have nothing to do with you, you've come to stop this king from taking action. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? What is the meaning of this?" Lin Tian stepped forward, golden divine light swirling around his body. Let's be more magnanimous. In the name of the immortal emperor, we will quell the chaos of darkness. He held the golden divine sword and walked towards the hazy emperor's shadow step by step. To be honest, I don't like you. He was not the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for all the people in the world who had nothing to do with him. However, as long as it was within his power and he could protect all the people in the world, he naturally would not hesitate. More importantly, this kind of behavior that used the lives of others to help oneself made him feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Just to replenish his lifespan, hundreds of thousands of innocent lives were devoured. Even if these lives had nothing to do with him, he could not help but feel a trace of anger. Clang! The golden sword light cut through the air towards the hazy emperor's shadow. This sword was very powerful. The powerful emperor's aura directly shattered the emperor's light around the hazy emperor's shadow, revealing a withered figure with sunken eye sockets. He looked like a dried corpse, and his appearance was very horrifying. This is the Southern Vulture Emperor Wang. In the ancient city, a cultivator's voice trembled. Above the ancient city, Lin Tian's gaze did not change. Southern Vulture Emperor Wang, you were also involved in the dark turmoil 50,000 years ago, he said. Over the years, the Immortal Court had developed tremendously. As the master of the Immortal Court, he was naturally familiar with the cultivation history of the 10 directions heavenly domain. Therefore, he could not help but read countless ancient books in the history of cultivation. Now he naturally recognized the withered figure in front of him. Like the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the others, he was also infinitely close to the heavenly venerate realm. 50,000 years ago, he had also caused a dark turmoil and devoured all the people in the world to replenish his lifespan. Countless innocent people had died, tragically in his hands. He looked at the other party, and the golden emperor's sword in his hand exuded an even sharper sword aura as if it could cut through everything. Immortal Emperor, do you really want to be my enemy? 2 piercing rays of cold light shot out from the Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the reply was a golden sword light that directly cut through the void. Be your enemy? Are you worthy? His voice was indifferent. Then, the sky full of sword light appeared together like a rain of swords, directly enveloping the Southern Vulture Emperor. This sword aura was incomparably sharp, like a destructive rain of swords descending, extremely terrifying. 2 piercing rays of cold light shot out from the Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes, supporting a large expanse of Emperor's light, interweaving with a terrifying killing power, shattering pieces of sword light, and the surrounding space was frozen by the Emperor's might. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. This Southern Vulture Emperor was very strong, many times stronger than the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the others, as if he already had 1 foot in the Empyrean venerable realm. Immortal Emperor, even if you have the reincarnation imperial physique, don't be too arrogant. You might not be my opponent. Southern Vulture Emperor said coldly, I advise you to stop now, and I will pretend that today's matter never happened, and we will not offend each other in the future. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and he walked step by step towards the other party. 50,000 years ago, the dark turmoil, and today, how many innocent lives have been lost in your hands? If I stop today and let you do as you please, that would be unrighteous. Don't even think about it. Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes became completely cold. Since that is the case, then I will test how strong the reincarnation imperial physique is. With a boom, his body emitted a terrifying aura, rolling like a volcanic eruption. Once such an aura appeared, it caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, and the void shattered. The ancient city below shook violently, and cracks appeared on the surface of the ground. The terrifying aura crushed one ancient clan after another, causing the surviving cultivators in the ancient city to be terrified. Under such emperor's might, they could not resist at all. Lin Tian looked at the Southern Vulture Emperor, and his left hand pointed downwards, shooting a golden light into the ancient city, instantly enveloping the entire ancient city, causing the violently shaking ancient city to stabilize in an instant. This caused all the cultivators in the ancient city to relax, and then they looked at Lin Tian above the ancient city with faces full of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. Many people thanked him with trembling voices. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and he raised the golden divine sword in his right hand, directly slashing towards the Southern Vulture Emperor. With a crack, the void shattered, and streaks of chaotic light were slashed out. The Southern Vulture Emperor was very powerful. Although his body was withered, his divine arts and techniques were divine. His hands swayed in the air, shattering Lin Tian's streaks of sword light, but his body was shaken back several steps. I advise you to stop suppressing your body and conserve your strength. In front of me, you do not have the qualifications to conserve your strength. Lin Tian said, since ancient times, old emperors who did not have much time left would use special secret techniques to suppress their bodies to slow down the loss of their lifespan. The Southern Vulture Emperor in front of him was no exception, and he could sense that there was a seal in his body. The Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes were cold, and in the next moment, the Emperor light around his body began to surge. Clearly, he was very clear that under the circumstances of suppressing his body, it was impossible to block the reincarnation imperial physique. It was very unrealistic. Boom! Billowing divine light surged, breaking through the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the Southern Vulture Emperor's aura surged, becoming more than 10 times stronger. It was shocking. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was very powerful, and he was only half a step away from entering the heavenly venerable realm. Immortal Emperor, you will regret this. You made me release the seal that suppressed my body and consumed my lifespan. You will pay the price. The Southern Vulture Emperor said, "Rumble." At this moment, he released the seal in his body, and his Emperor aura surged. "Try and see if you can make me pay the price." Lin Tian was very calm. The Southern Vulture Emperor was very powerful at this moment. He was only half a step away from entering the heavenly venerable realm, but he still had not entered it. Without reaching that level, he would not feel the slightest bit of pressure. The Southern Vulture Emperor coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, endless Emperor light surged, and it was like 10,000 streaks of killing light that pressed down on Lin Tian. This Emperor light was very terrifying, and the sky shattered piece by piece. Many great Daos appeared together, and the Dao light surged like waves. The terrifying killing aura was definitely enough to easily destroy a Ninth Heaven Emperor realm expert. Lin Tian was very calm. The Golden Emperor sword in his right hand slashed horizontally, and the sword light became even stronger, interweaving into the sky, vast and mighty. Chi! 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 The two interweaved, and the sky and earth cracked. The Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes darkened, and a cold light interweaved. Reincarnation body! At this moment, he had completely released the seal and returned to his peak state. The attack he released was extremely terrifying, but it could not do anything to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stepped forward, and the Golden Emperor's sword cut through everything. The Southern Vulture Emperor's strength was very terrifying. He did not dodge, and he faced it head-on. The two fought intensely, and in the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. Bang! Emperor light filled the ground. The Southern Vulture Emperor was swept away, and the sky was filled with Emperor blood. Half of his body was directly shattered. The Southern Vulture Emperor stabilized his body and quickly repaired his broken body. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. At this moment, he had already released the seal, and his cultivation had returned to its peak. A Ninth Heaven Emperor realm expert was like an ant in his hands, but now he could not stop the Sixth Heaven Emperor Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, half of his Emperor body was shattered. "Didn't you want me to pay the price?" Lin Tian's voice was calm. He held the Golden Emperor's sword and walked towards the Southern Vulture Emperor. However, in the next moment, he stopped and looked towards the North region. Chapter 1287. In the Ninth Heaven, the distance between the Western Domain and the Northern Domain is very far. However, with the strength of an emperor, it's not impossible to perceive the aura and sounds of the Northern Domain from the Western Domain. After all, emperors are very powerful. Lin Tian looked towards the Northern Domain, and the light in his eyes intertwined. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the tyrannical Emperorian pressure also surged out from the southern and eastern regions, shaking the entire Ninth Heaven. The Emperor light in Lin Tian's eyes grew stronger, and the aura around his body grew stronger. Screams echoed in the southern and eastern domains. The Southern Vulture Emperor swept his gaze towards the three great domains. At this time, he obviously also sensed the changes in these domains. You want to quell the chaos in the name of an immortal emperor? Now that there are 4 great emperors at the same time, each of them is no weaker than this emperor. Can you really quell them? He looked at Lin Tianlong and smiled. As his words fell, a new emperor-level aura intertwined. It was also extremely strong, and it came from the 8th heaven. Subsequently, the 7th heaven, 6th heaven, 5th heaven, and 4th heaven emitted emperor pressure. Each of them wasn't weak, and they were extremely powerful, causing the entire 10th heaven to tremble. Lin Tian was in the 9th heaven, but his powerful emperor-level strength allowed him to perceive all of this. Dragon light intertwined in his eyes, and the divine eye of delusion opened directly at this moment. Looking through the heavens barrier, he vaguely saw ancient emperors wantonly reaping the lives of all living beings in the world. Screams of horror echoed in all directions. This is the chaos in the darkness. As long as an ancient emperor starts to take action and replenish his lifespan, it will lead to other ancient emperors who don't have much lifespan to follow suit, leading the darkness to suppress all living beings. To the ordinary beings of the 10 directions, celestial domain, this was undoubtedly a disaster. The southern vulture monarch swept his gaze across the heaven domain, then looked at Lin Tian and said, "Those below the Emperor realm are all ants. Celestial Emperor, I advise you to stop. Don't casually make enemies for a group of unrelated people. It has no effect on you. Shut up!" Lin Tian spoke, interrupting the southern vulture emperor. With a bang, the emperor pressure on his body began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to an incomparably terrifying height. "Whether I can quell them or not, you will see clearly in hell." His voice was cold. "Today, I will kill all of you." As his words fell, the emperor pressure on his body became stronger, directly supporting the reincarnation diagram of the king domain. The southern vulture emperor's expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. He could clearly feel the terror of this divine map. "You die!" Lin Tian held the reincarnation diagram of Delusion Emperor. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He used his 6th Heaven Emperor realm cultivation to activate the king's territory and enveloped the South Vulture Arch. Damn it! God slaying 9 strikes the divine domains, heaven, Tao, domain, reincarnation, domain, reincarnation. The reincarnation with a sizzling sound. His divine Tao was annihilated. The divine and saintly reincarnation diagram pressed down mightily. Immortal, emperor, immortal. Stop! Immortal emperor, he yelled. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Naturally, he would not show mercy. He activated the king's territory with all his strength and mercilessly pressed down. With a poof, a bloody light exploded. Immortal vulture, southern vulture, was crushed to death by the reincarnation diagram on the spot. So strong, with just one strike. In the ancient city, all the cultivators were shocked. Although they already knew that Lin Tian was very strong and knew of Lin Tian's extraordinary battle achievements, when they saw Lin Tianyi kill Immortal Vulture, Southern Vulture, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, they were still shocked and overwhelmed. Then these cultivators came back to their senses and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor." Everyone spoke in unison. At this moment, these people's eyes were filled with reverence. The ancient emperors started the dark chaos and devoured all living beings to replenish their lifespan. The Immortal Emperor, the master of the Immortal Court, saved them. "We will erect a longevity stele for the Immortal Emperor and worship him for all eternity," someone said excitedly. Everyone's eyes were lit up. In the sky above the ancient city, Lin Tian looked at the north region from afar. The light of the dragon patterns in his eyes intertwined, and the illusionary divine eyes became even more resplendent. With his current cultivation level of the 6th firmament of the Emperor realm, the dragon pattern light in his eyes became even denser. His aura also rose again, like an ancient volcano that had been dormant for many years erupting at this moment. He was suppressing the world. With a crack, the void in front of him shattered, and a void rift appeared. In the next moment, he stepped into the void rift and appeared on a large plain in the north region. "No! Help! Run! Run!" There were many cultivators on the plain, and all of them were fleeing in fear. The entire plain was stained with blood. In the sky, a figure shrouded in black light was attacking. Only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. Emperor light swept out in all directions, crushing cultivators one after another, and then forcibly seizing their life force. Ah! Screams sounded and the cultivators were terrified. Lin Tian appeared here with a cold gaze. A golden sword light swept across the sky as if it could cut through everything. With a whoosh, the emperor light from the emperor's shadow, shrouded in black light, was shattered, and the sword light continued to slash toward that person. For a moment, all the cultivators on the plain were shocked. The immortal emperor of the immortal court. Immortal emperor, save us. These cultivators all cried out for help. Lin Tian stepped over from afar. He was very fast, and his afterimages filled the sky as he moved toward the emperor's shadow, shrouded in black light. The emperor's shadow's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Immortal emperor, you want to stop me? This has nothing to do with you." Seeing Lin Tian's actions, the emperor's shadow naturally understood that Lin Tian was here to stop him. It was too obvious. Lin Tian stepped forward. His eyes were cold as he directly stepped over. Clang! Golden sword chi swept out, cutting through heaven and earth as it slashed toward that person. This person was very powerful and extraordinary. He shattered the sword light with a slap. "Immortal Emperor, I've never offended you. Don't meddle too much. You're heartless. Die." Lin Tian's voice was cold. Dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes, and the dragon light became denser. He appeared in front of that person in just one step. That person's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's eyes and Lin Tian's speed. "You." "Hum." Lin Tian waved his right hand and transformed into a god transformation talisman. He directly imprinted it on that person's chest and entered his body. At the same time, the reincarnation portrait rushed out from behind him. A mighty aura that suppressed the world enveloped that person. "No." That person screamed. In the blink of an eye, his body and soul were destroyed. "He's dead." The immortal court's master actually came from the eastern region to save us. This. On the plain, the cultivators' eyes flickered. Then they all revealed expressions of gratitude and reverence. "Thank you, Immortal Emperor." Everyone trembled and bowed to Lin Tian in the sky. Lin Tian didn't say much. Dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. He tore through the void and appeared in the southern region in the next moment. In the southern region, blood light intertwined in the sky. An ancient blood fiend emperor was harvesting the lives of all living beings. Lin Tian appeared in this large region. When he saw the blood-stained ground and the fleeing cultivators, their faces were filled with fear. A powerful emperor had launched a dark rebellion. Who below the emperor level could resist it? These cultivators could only struggle in fear. Clang! Golden sword light streaked across the sky. Lin Tian slashed his sword and directly forced the blood fiend emperor, who had launched the dark rebellion in the southern region. "Immortal Emperor, what do you mean?" That person said, coldly, "I'm just killing you." Lin Tiandao. He waved the golden emperor's sword in his hand and directly slashed at that person. At the same time, the reincarnation portrait was also raised. He directly used his full strength. Boom! The reincarnation portrait rumbled and spread out in all directions. It suppressed the ancient emperor under it and crushed him into pieces with a puff. His body and soul were destroyed. He opened his eyes and swept his gaze across. The void collapsed. With a step, he stepped into it and walked towards the eastern region. Just now, that was the reincarnation body, the master of the immortal court, the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor walked out of the immortal court to save us. In the southern region, a group of cultivators saw Lin Tian kill the blood fiend emperor with their own eyes. They were all stunned. At this time, Lin Tian had already appeared in the eastern region and found the person who was harvesting the lives of all living beings in the eastern region. This was an emperor who was 20 feet tall. He was like a giant, and his strength was much stronger than the southern vulture emperor. Under his hands, more than 300,000 living beings in the eastern region died tragically on this day, and their light of life was completely snatched away. When Lin Tian found this person, he saw with his own eyes a baby in swaddling clothes explode with its mother and die. Bastard! He gritted his teeth. With a boom, the great Tao reincarnation portrait directly condensed and suppressed the world in all directions. That is, the immortal, master of the immortal court. The master of the immortal court actually came to save us. In this area, the cultivators who were fleeing in panic trembled and looked up at the sky. Boom! In the sky, the great Tao reincarnation portrait suppressed together, covering all directions. The 20 feet tall ancient emperor's expression changed directly. Facing the great Tao reincarnation portrait, he directly felt the pressure of death. Immortal Emperor, what do you mean, die? The great Tao reincarnation portrait descended majestically, shattering everything. Nothing could stop it, and it crushed the ancient emperor into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. The light of the dragon patterns in his eyes was very strong. He didn't return to the immortal court. Instead, he looked at the lower heavens through the heavenly barrier. With the help of the divine eyes of illusion, he vaguely saw the scenes in the lower heavens. The emperors flew across the sky, harvesting innocent lives, and blood splattering everywhere. Ka! The heavenly barrier shattered. He stepped out of the 9th heaven and headed towards the 8th heaven. Being born in this world, he always has to find something meaningful for himself to do. Now, as an emperor, he discovered that someone had launched a dark rebellion, devouring all living beings to replenish his lifespan. Naturally, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. He wanted to use his powerful emperor force to quell this dark rebellion and suppress all the cruel emperors who launched it. In just an instant, he appeared above a group of ancient cities in the 8th heaven. Here, the air was intertwined with a thick smell of blood. An ancient emperor was taking action, harvesting the lives in the ancient cities. Screams, begging for mercy, and cries for help resounded in every corner of this ancient city. The emperor above the ancient city was shrouded in emperor glory. His eyes were deep, cold, and ruthless. Chapter 1288. The divine light of the reincarnation diagram intertwined, covering the vast sky, covering the ancient emperors above the ancient cities of the 8th heaven. Above the ancient city, the emperor who was harvesting the lives of tens of thousands of creatures suddenly changed his expression and quickly retreated. Immortal Emperor, you, boom! The diagram of reincarnation was too powerful. It immediately cut off this ancient emperor's path of retreat. Puff! Blood splashed everywhere. Under the pressure of the reincarnation diagram, the ancient emperor couldn't resist at all. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Lin Tian glanced at the 8th heaven. The dragon runes in his eyes shone brightly, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. In another place in the 8th heaven, he found another old emperor who was devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures and directly killed him with the reincarnation diagram. That's reincarnation, the master of the immortal court in the 9th heaven. The master of the immortal court, the immortal emperor, came down from the 9th heaven to quell the chaos of the darkness. Great, immortal emperor. Many cultivators were excited. On this day, Lin Tian stepped into the 8th heaven and killed 3 ancient emperors who were devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures to replenish their lifespan. Immortal emperor, immortal emperor, immortal emperor. In this heaven, many cultivators couldn't help but roar when they saw Lin Tian kill the ancient emperors who started the chaos of the darkness. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with dragon runes. After killing the ancient emperors who caused the chaos in the 8th heaven, he directly broke through the heaven barrier and appeared in the 7th heaven. Crossing the great void, he killed 2 ancient emperors who were harvesting the lives of tens of thousands of creatures under his sword. Subsequently, he crossed the 6th heaven and the 5th heaven, killing 4 ancient emperors who were devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures. These ancient emperors were very strong, but he was even stronger now. He was an absolutely invincible existence under the Empyrean realm. Only those above the Empyrean realm could make him feel threatened. With such strength, he crossed the ninth heaven and quelled the chaos of the darkness. He was like an immortal heavenly sword. The ancient emperors who started the chaos of the darkness couldn't stop him at all. Immortal Emperor. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. Supreme Immortal Emperor, we will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you. One by one, the cultivators clasped their hands. The chaos of the darkness is incomparably terrifying. It's the ancient emperors reaping lives. Now, Lin Tian has made a powerful move, slaughtering all the way from the ninth heaven, saving countless lives. This made these people feel extremely grateful. Many people swore that they would erect a longevity tablet or longevity monument for Lin Tian in the future, worshipping him for generations to come. The divine light around Lin Tian's body intertwined. His speed reached the extreme as he crossed the heavens and entered the fourth heaven in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, he found the cruel emperor who was wreaking havoc in this heaven region and slashed down with the towering heaven sword force. He was now at the sixth heaven of the monarch realm, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. Once the towering heaven sword light was released, he could easily kill a seventh heaven monarch realm expert. That kind of power was terrifying. Immortal Emperor, you're too much. The ancient emperor that started the dark chaos in this heaven region roared angrily. While he was in the process of harvesting life to replenish his life force, he was stopped. When faced with Lin Tian's terrifying killing intent, he could only flee in a sorry state. This scene was seen by many cultivators in the fourth heaven. Many of them were shocked, but at the same time they were extremely excited. The terrifying emperor who started the dark chaos was still devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures a moment ago, but now he was being hunted down like this. Immortal Emperor. It has been several years since the Immortal Court was established in the ninth heaven. The name of the Immortal Court had spread all over the 10 heavens. Lin Tian, the master of the Immortal Court, naturally became famous in the 10 heavens. Now, seeing Lin Tian take action, suppressing the darkness chaos and hunting down the cruel emperor who started the darkness chaos, these cultivators were excited, pleasantly surprised, and filled with reverence. Lin Tian was saving the lives of tens of thousands of creatures from the fire and water. At the same time, in this heaven, the Ant Clan, Blood Wolf Clan, Dark Shadow Clan, Stone God Clan, and other great clans that once had a grudge with Lin Tian and made things difficult for Lin Tian trembled in fear. That man has become so strong now. No. A shrill scream echoed in the vast sky. The fleeing ancient emperor couldn't escape in the end and was killed by Lin Tian with the reincarnation map. Divine light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes, as if a god had descended. His powerful Empyrean force directly tore through the void. With unparalleled means, he forcibly grabbed the emperors who were wreaking havoc in the other 2 regions of the fourth heaven. Immortal Emperor, you! These 2 emperors were both at the 8th heavenly layer. At this moment, they were grabbed by Lin Tian from the void. Both of them trembled. As an emperor, you have to have the spirit of an emperor. You are too much of a failure. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. In the past, in order to protect the tens of thousands of creatures in the 10 heavens from being harmed by the netherworld race in the sealed dust ancient region, an emperor of the human race sacrificed his life and soul to seal the passage from the sealed dust ancient region to this place. But now, for his own selfish interests, in order to replenish his lifespan, he directly killed and devoured countless creatures to strengthen himself. Comparing the 2, he couldn't help but sigh. His gaze became incomparably cold as he stared at the 2 emperors. The reincarnation map rose behind him, and the divine light covered all directions, shrouding the 2 emperors in it. He supported the king's territory with his 6th heavenly layer emperor cultivation base, and the killing intent was really too terrifying. It could suppress everything. Immortal Emperor, stop! We know our mistake. We will stop immediately. The 2 emperors' withered bodies shouted at this moment. They clearly felt the terror of the reincarnation map, and they couldn't resist it. Lin Tian's eyes were ruthless. If you can resurrect the innocent creatures you killed, I will let you go. The two ancient emperors trembled. Those creatures were completely dead. Their souls and origins were devoured by them. How could they be resurrected? Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and the reincarnation map directly pressed down. No. Miserable screams rang out. The two emperors couldn't resist the reincarnation map at all. They directly exploded under the reincarnation map, and their bodies and souls were wiped out. The fourth heaven completely calmed down. In the ninth heaven, eighth heaven, seventh heaven, sixth heaven, fifth heaven, and fourth heaven, all the old emperors who started the dark turmoil and devoured the lives of tens of thousands of creatures were all killed in just a few hours. The dark turmoil subsided just like that. Lin Tian stood in the fourth heaven, dragon runes intertwined in his eyes, and the golden divine light around his body skyrocketed. The powerful emperor's might of the reincarnation body was vast and mighty. Like an ancient volcano erupting, the tyrannical emperor's might swept across the entire first heaven to the ninth heaven. As long as I, Lin Tian, am alive, whoever dares to start the dark turmoil again will die. He opened his mouth in the fourth heaven. The powerful emperor's might surged, causing the barriers of the heavens to collapse one after another. His voice spread across the first heaven to the ninth heaven, causing the firmament of the 9 heavens to tremble. In the 9 heavens, the cultivators were shaken. The lord of the immortal court, the immortal emperor, issued a warning to the old emperors who don't have much lifespan left. It was to prevent any ancient emperors from starting the dark turmoil again, especially in the 4th heaven to the 9th heaven. Those who experienced the brief, dark turmoil this time were even more excited. Many people's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Many cultivators couldn't help but shout. One person calmed the dark turmoil and warned the old emperors who want to start the dark turmoil again. This is protecting all living beings. This is a great kindness, a great merit. Immortal Emperor! In the 9 heavens, some ancient emperors who don't have much lifespan left didn't participate in the dark turmoil this time. When they heard such a warning at this time, their eyes turned cold. Their faces became cold, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. Although these emperors don't have much lifespan left, there is still a long time before they truly wither. They have already decided to harvest the lives of all living beings to extend their lifespan in the future, because this method is indeed very effective. Now that Lin Tian issued such a warning, it is tantamount to directly blocking their way to extend their lifespan in the future. Because if they dare to make a move, Lin Tian will directly kill them, and they are absolutely no match for an Emperor Realm reincarnation body. In the 4th heaven, Lin Tian's body was enveloped by the Emperor's light. He closed the eye of Illusion Breaker and tore through the void. In the next moment, he stepped out of the void and returned to the immortal court of the 9th heaven. Lord Immortal Emperor! Outside the immortal court, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals were very excited. The ancient emperors started the dark turmoil, and the master of the immortal court alone quelled this darkness. In just a few hours, he crossed the 6 heavens and killed all the ancient emperors who started the dark turmoil. This is a super feat. As disciples of the immortal court, they were very proud of this. Lin Tian didn't have the slightest arrogance. He nodded to the disciples of the immortal court and entered the immortal emperor pagoda again. Previously, he was in seclusion to comprehend some profound arts. He felt that someone started the dark turmoil, so he came out of seclusion to stop it. Now that the dark turmoil has been quelled, he returned to the immortal emperor pagoda and began to comprehend and cultivate again. Buzz! The Heart Sutra of Sun was activated by him. Golden divine light interweaved, illuminating the entire immortal emperor pagoda, but it was very gentle. He was comprehending his own great Tao, as well as array formations, alchemy, and other arts. Golden divine light buzzed. He sat cross-legged in the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and his aura was ethereal. All kinds of arts and arts interweaved in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, his immortal Emperor body trembled slightly. He suddenly felt a special force enter the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He opened his eyes. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was the core of the immortal court. He had engraved dense killing runes on it. Unexpectedly, other forces could enter the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and the killing runes around the immortal Emperor Pagoda didn't react at all. Dragon runes interweaved in his eyes. He opened the illusionary divine eye and was shocked. He saw pure white light surging from all directions of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was gentle and pure. After entering the immortal Emperor Pagoda, it flowed to his side like water ripples, rippling outside his body. Then, in the next moment, the pure white light directly entered his body and rushed to every corner of his immortal Emperor body. It was like a divine light, quickly nourishing his body, divine soul and origin. In just an instant, his essence, chi and spirit rose greatly, and his cultivation rose by a large margin. He was shocked. Soon after, he discovered that these cultivators whose bodies flowed with pure white radiance were all people he had saved during this dark chaos. Many of them were erecting long life steels for him right now, some even bowing piously to him. This left him shocked. Could it be that this type of radiance was born from the deep gratitude these cultivators felt towards him? He looked at these people. His eyes shone brightly as he used his powerful eye power to observe hundreds of cultivators at the same time. He found that as the pure white light rushed out of these people's bodies, their essence, chi, and spirit didn't decrease at all. They were in the same condition as before. Furthermore, these people did not sense the light at all. They could not sense the existence of the light at all. What is going on? He was puzzled. Streaks of pure, white light came from afar. Only he could see them. They circled around him and entered his body. The Sun Heart Sutra circulated on its own. The golden light on the surface of his body grew thicker and thicker. He frowned. He used his eye of illusion breaker to observe the cultivators whose bodies flowed with the pure white light. He only returned to the immortal Emperor Pagoda after confirming that the radiance had no effect on these cultivators. As he returned to the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the pure white light moved with him and gathered within the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He looked at the pure white light and confirmed that it was harmless. As the light flowed out, the cultivators who were the source of it wouldn't be harmed. He paused for a moment and then channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the light. He used the powerful Sun Heart Sutra to refine it and spread it to every corner of his body. Suddenly, with a boom, the golden light outside his body exploded. His essence, chi and chi surged, and his cultivation grew even faster. Wow! The pure white light kept rushing in from outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was very gentle and very pure. At the same time, it was very powerful. After he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb it, it rushed into his body and fused with his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, his essence, chi and chi multiplied. His godly soul and origin doubled. His cultivation went from the early stage of the 6th layer of the Emperor Realm to the middle stage of the 6th layer of the Emperor Realm. It didn't show any signs of stopping. It was still growing. This shocked him. Rays of light intertwined in his eyes. As he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra, he calmed himself down and focused on refining the pure white light. At the same time, he began to examine the essence of the white light. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. He realized that the pure white light was very similar to the totem power of will that he had absorbed in the sleepless ground. However, although it was similar, it was still different. This light was much purer than the totem power of will. What does it belong to? Lin Tian was puzzled. He was sure that it wasn't something like the totem power of will. However, he wasn't sure what it was. He thought about it, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he stopped thinking about it and focused on absorbing the light to cultivate. Wow! The void buzzed. He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra. The golden light outside his body became even more intense, illuminating the surroundings. Gradually, his aura became stronger and stronger. His essence, chi continued to rise. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a strong gust of wind surged out of his body. He sat cross-legged in the Emperor Pagoda. The Emperor's aura outside his body became even denser. It was extremely powerful. Seventh sky of the Emperor realm. He opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the monarch realm, he could clearly feel that his physique had become even stronger. The divine power in his body was like a river of stars, rolling endlessly. His fighting strength was obviously much stronger than when he was at the 6th level of the monarch realm. At this moment, there was still pure white light coming from outside the Emperor Pagoda. However, it was obviously much less. He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra again. He used the light to cultivate and stabilize his cultivation at the 7th layer of the Emperor realm. After that, another 7 days passed before the light completely disappeared. Lin Tianyu had thought about the reason for the appearance of the light and the reason for its gradual disappearance. In the end, he vaguely came to this conclusion. He guessed that it was due to the cultivator's gratitude and reverence towards him. As time passed, this gratitude and reverence gradually faded. When it weakened to a certain extent, the light was no longer born. That's probably the case. He muttered to himself and stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He continued to comprehend the mystic art. Golden light intertwined around his body. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. On this day, a golden divine light rushed in from outside the immortal court. Yi Tong had returned to the immortal court after training outside for several years. After several years of training, his cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Nirvana realm. His aura was much stronger and more condensed. However, the childishness on his face didn't fade much. Divine Son! The disciples of the immortal court bowed. Yi Tong greeted the disciples of the immortal court and entered the immortal court. Lin Tian was in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He naturally sensed Yi Tong's return and walked out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda at this moment. Master! Yi Tong strode over at once. Lin Tian chuckled. He naturally felt that Yi Tong was much stronger than before. Just a small gathering. He said. He transmitted his emperor voice, which reverberated throughout the entire immortal court. It woke up Baiziki and the others who were cultivating. More than a year ago, the immortal court had truly stabilized. Many things in the immortal court were handed over to others. He, Baiziki, and the others didn't care too much about it. They all cultivated in seclusion, hoping to break through to a higher level. It's too difficult to go from half-step Emperor realm to half-step Emperor realm. The whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. In the past year, it had been cultivating bitterly. However, it couldn't improve much from its original foundation. It was still at half-step Emperor realm. It's very difficult to increase one's cultivation after the Nirvana realm. Baiziki said. He had the Thunder God King physique and was very talented. However, after cultivating in seclusion for a year, his cultivation had only reached mid-7th level Nirvana realm. Who cares if it's difficult or not? Since we're out of seclusion, let's not talk about cultivation. Drinking wine and eating meat is the truth. Ling Yun said. That's how it should be. Lin Tian said with a smile. He summoned Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others, as well as Yan Yer. They gathered in a small forest in the depths of the immortal court. After a year, Lin Shi and the others' cultivation didn't change much. After all, it was too difficult to cultivate after the Nirvana realm. Why do I feel that your cultivation has become stronger again? Ji, you looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. She didn't have the king physique and didn't have a powerful bloodline. However, her talent wasn't any weaker than the king physique. Her spiritual sense was especially strong. At this moment, she noticed the change in Lin Tian. "I'm almost at the 7th level of Emperor Realm," Lin Tian said with a smile. His words caused everyone to stare at him. Even Yenya was an exception. "Freak!" The Wuxing crocodile bared its teeth. It was at half-step Emperor Realm. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, it hadn't made any progress. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had directly reached the 7th level of Emperor Realm. "Inhuman!" Ling Yun cursed. Lin Tian laughed and chatted with the group. Soon, a day passed in the blink of an eye. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, Lin Tian didn't cultivate for the time being. After reuniting with Baiziki and the others, he stayed with Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others. After another 3 months, he entered the Immortal Emperor Pagoda again. He wanted to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm as soon as possible. 1. Golden light intertwined around his body. He cultivated in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and comprehended all kinds of mystic arts. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. 1 year later, he was sitting in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Suddenly, his Immortal Emperor body trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 1290. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian frowned. As the scene of the sealed dust ancient region suddenly appeared in his mind, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. The sealed dust ancient region. He muttered to himself as a ray of light intertwined in his eyes. At the mention of the sealed dust ancient region, he instantly thought of another name, the Netherworld race. What's going on? He frowned again. When he was comprehending the Tao in seclusion, the scene of the sealed dust ancient region suddenly appeared in his mind, and it made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but be concerned. He frowned and thought, could the Netherworld race in the sealed dust ancient region be a threat to him? Logically speaking, it was impossible. The passage leading to here had been sealed countless years ago, and the Heavenly Venerables there couldn't break it. Moreover, the ancient road that the Netherworld race had been excavating had been destroyed by him. This race shouldn't be able to come over from that side, and they shouldn't be a threat to him. However, why would such a scene suddenly appear in his mind? He sat quietly in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and seriously thought, but he still couldn't think of anything. Ask Yar, he muttered to himself. When one's cultivation reached such a high level, sometimes they could really understand the profound. The scene of the sealed dust ancient region suddenly appearing in his mind was definitely not that simple. He couldn't understand this matter, so he planned to ask Yenya, or to make a deduction. He stood up and directly walked out of the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion of the Immortal Court. This was specially set up for the divine mathematician and Yenya. It was an important part of the Immortal Court. Is with Miss Jiyu and the others. He arrived at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Only the divine mathematician was there, and he told him that Yenya and Jiyu were together. Yes, Senior. Lin Tian said. He left the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and soon arrived at a courtyard deep in the Immortal Court. The courtyard was filled with tall immortal plants and all kinds of immortal herbs. There were immortal butterflies formed by spirit chi fluttering in the air. It was like the Ruashian realm. This was the residence that he specially set up for Lin, Shi, and Jiyu. They lived here. When he arrived at the courtyard, he happened to see the 6 women in a pavilion in the courtyard. The fragrance of tea floated in the air. Big brother, you've come out. Lin, she happened to tilt her head and found Lin Tian. She was surprised, and then she looked happy. After her cultivation reached the Emperor realm, Lin Tian would go into seclusion for a very long time every time. She really missed her elder brother. Yes. Lin Tian stepped forward with a smile. After a year of seclusion, he came to the pavilion and chatted with the women for a long time. Only after an hour had passed did he speak again. He looked at Yenya and said, Yeah, there's something I need to trouble you with. His words were simple as he told Yen, the reason for his visit. He also told her about the sealed, dust ancient region and the netherworld race. There is another great space in the ninth heaven. There's another netherworld race. This was the first time they had heard of the sealed, dust ancient region and the netherworld race. Hearing Lin Tian's words, they were all stunned. It was only after dozens of breaths that they finally calmed down. Yan Yer said, "I'll give it a try." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out of the pavilion and stood in the center of the courtyard. She immediately used the divine divination Tao. With the information provided by Lin Tian, she began to deduce the divine divination Tao. As she used the divine divination Tao, in the blink of an eye, the light of the great Tao appeared in this space. The light of the great Tao surged on its own and surrounded her like a guardian spirit, intertwining with a peaceful aura. Yer is so powerful, as expected of an immortal spirit body that is close to the great Tao. Endless Tao light emerged with just a casual move. Ji Yu sighed. Yes. Bai Qiu nodded. The immortal spirit body was known as the darling of the great Tao. It was indeed amazing. Crack! Suddenly, the sky shook and a trace of lightning appeared. Lin Tian looked up and frowned slightly. Yan had deduced something. As a nirvana immortal spirit body and the darling of the great Tao, when she used the divine divination Tao at this time, traces of lightning appeared. Golden divine light surged out of his body. He looked at the traces of lightning in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Yan stood in the courtyard, her expression unchanged. A divine mirror floated out of her body. The divine mirror was full of intertwining immortal spirit runes. As soon as it appeared, more Tao light poured out between heaven and earth, almost drowning Yan in it. The Tao light was extremely thick, the divine mirror of divination. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Then he looked at the sky again and found that the streaks of lightning that had appeared before had silently dissipated, as expected of the divine mirror left by the divine ancestor. He said in his heart, this divine mirror was extraordinary. In the courtyard, Yan silently deduced. It was not until a full quarter of an hour later that she stopped. How is it? Lin Tian stepped forward and asked. Not so good. Yan was usually very peaceful, but at this time her expression was somewhat serious. The netherworld race will come from the sealed, dust ancient region. There are more than 10 million of them, and there are 11 heavenly venerables. They are preparing to unify the 10 directions, celestial domains. Then she looked at Lin Tian, paused for a moment, and said, the highest order is to suppress the reincarnation bodies. What? There are actually 11 heavenly venerables. They want to attack Big Brother. Lin Shi and the others were shocked. The netherworld race was going to come from the sealed, dust ancient region. There were a total of 11 heavenly venerables leading the charge. More importantly, they were actually targeting Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. His uneasiness was not unfounded. The netherworld race was going to come from the sealed, dust ancient region to unify the 10 directions, celestial domains. Moreover, the highest order of this race was to suppress him. This was obviously because the heavenly venerables from the netherworld race saw that he was a reincarnation body and wanted to seize his reincarnation source when he was in the first territory of the netherworld race. Moreover, he was also shocked by the lineup of this race. There were actually 11 heavenly venerables leading the charge. This was very frightening. The combined power of 11 heavenly venerables. How frightening would that be? He knew that the netherworld race was very powerful, and he also knew that there were heavenly venerables in this race. But he did not expect there to be so many of them. At the same time, besides feeling surprised, a strand of bewilderment arose in his heart. The path from the sealed dust ancient region to here had clearly been sealed a long time ago, An ancient path that was excavated that day had been destroyed by him. So how could they possibly charge over here? Could it be that other than the sealed road and the ancient road that was excavated back then, this clan had found other passageways? He frowned, then paused, looked at Yenya, and asked with concern, are you okay? Previously, when Yenya was divining, she had attracted a trace of lightning, which surprised him. He did not expect that at that time. Yenya was actually divining 11 heavenly venerables at the same time. Even though she was the immortal spirit body favored by the great Tao, it was still very dangerous. Although the lightning in the sky disappeared after the Tianji divine mirror appeared, he could not help but be worried. I have the Tianji divine mirror left behind by the ancestor to protect me. It's okay. Yenya shook her head and said they will probably come from the sealed dust ancient region in about a year. The exit is located in the western region. As the immortal spirit body favored by the great Tao, she had mastered the Tao of divination. With the help of the Tianji divine mirror left behind by the Tianji ancestor, she had divined many things. At this time, her expression was very solemn. She clearly knew what the Netherworld race's invasion meant. Not only was it a destructive disaster for the countless creatures in the 1st to 9th heavens, but it was also a great threat to Lin Tian, because the highest order of this race was to capture Lin Tian. Obviously, they wanted to seize the origin of samsara. Okay, I know. Lin Tian nodded. He discussed some matters regarding the Netherworld race with the women before leaving the courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, he went to another place in the depths of the immortal court and directly used the emperor's voice to wake up little Taichu, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Yang Qi, and the others from their seclusion. Then he told them about the invasion of the Netherworld race. What? Baiziki, Yang Qi, and the others were shocked, not only because of the sealed dust ancient region and the existence of the Netherworld race, but also because of the strength of the Netherworld race and their imminent invasion. 11 celestial venerables. Even Yang Qi, who had always been taciturn, was shocked at this time. 11 celestial venerables. What kind of shock was this? Appalling. This, Fan Yingxiong's eyes widened. The 5 elements crocodile was naturally shocked by this matter. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Originally, the passageway from the sealed dust ancient region to this place was sealed a long time ago. Back then, when we went to the sealed dust ancient region, the ancient road that this tribe secretly dug was also completely destroyed by you. Now, how can this tribe kill their way here? He was really shocked. They should have found another way. This is what deduced with the divine mirror of divination, so it can't be wrong. Lin Tiandao. This made Wuxing Crocodile and the others' expressions turn ugly, and they were all incomparably solemn. The Netherworld race was about to invade with an army of more than 10 million, led by 11 celestial venerables. This lineup was too terrifying. Don't worry too much. It will take about a year for this race to come here, and we have a year to prepare in advance. In addition, with here, we can seize the opportunity to fight at any time. Lin Tiandao. He told Baiziki and the others about this matter, and discussed with them for a full day. Then he directly tore open the heavenly barrier, entered the 1st heaven, and appeared at the foot of the Burning Sun sect, and climbed the stone steps outside the Burning Sun sect. The Netherworld race was about to invade, led by 11 celestial venerables. This lineup was really terrifying. He wanted to talk to an old drunkard, because an old drunkard was also in the celestial venerables realm, and he was definitely not an ordinary one. When little Taichu entered the early celestial venerables realm, an old drunkard carved a killing formation that could easily suppress the little guy. Changfeng? He left with Qingxian a month ago, and we don't know where exactly he went. On the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian couldn't find an old drunkard. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect told him so. This, Lin Tian frowned. An old drunkard actually left the Burning Sun sect a month ago, and even the supreme elder didn't know where he went. Chapter 1291. An old drunkard had actually left the Burning Sun sect with Qing Xian a month ago. Even the Grand Supreme Elder did not know where they had gone. Lin Tian did not expect this. "What's the matter?" the Grand Supreme Elder asked. "A very important matter." Lin Tian nodded. He did not hide anything and simply told the Burning Sun sect's Grand Supreme Elder about the Netherworld race. He asked the Burning Sun sect's Grand Supreme Elder to make all kinds of preparations so that he would not be at a loss when something unexpected happened. After all, the Netherworld race was about to attack this side. This was a very serious matter. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Supreme Elder was visibly moved. He was obviously shocked by this matter. The sealed dust ancient region, the Netherworld race, 11 Empyrean venerables. For ordinary cultivators, this was really shocking. In the end, Lin Tian bade farewell to the Grand Supreme Elder and left the Burning Sun sect. After leaving the Burning Sun sect, he went to the Valley of the Harp, the Bai family, the Feather sect, the Barbarian race, and other places to inform the higher-ups of these major forces of this matter. Then he returned to the ninth heaven. Buzz! He tore open the void and appeared in a fairyland-like mountain in the eastern region in the next moment. It was the Ethereal Mountain. He came here to use the special method that Wu Yi had told him to climb the highest mountain to find Wu Yi and the Violet Fairy. The peak of this majestic mountain was intertwined with a faint mist. Spirit fruits and immortal herbs were everywhere. There was a small courtyard in the center. The courtyard was fenced with a fence, and it had an ancient feeling. He came here and saw the Violet Fairy and little AI in the courtyard. He directly told them about this matter. The Netherworld race is going to attack, led by 11 Empyrean venerables? There's actually such a thing? The Violet Fairy frowned. After you destroyed the ancient road that was being excavated, they found a new path to this side of the world? This was not a small matter. In the immortal court, there is an immortal spirit king physique that is proficient in divination. You have seen her before, so she can deduce it. Lin Tian said. He looked around and was a bit puzzled. Where is Wu Yi? He looked around but didn't see Wu Yi. Master is in seclusion, AI said. Lin Tian's expression changed. Seclusion? How long will it take? 3 to 5 years. In addition, this closed-door cultivation is very important to Wu Yi. During this period of time, you must not disturb her. The Violet Spirit said. Lin Tian frowned. Wu Yi was the most powerful cultivator he knew of. However, he was currently in the most important period of secluded cultivation. He still needed another 3 to 5 years. In other words, when the Netherworld race attacked, Wu Yi would not be able to make a move. This made him somewhat speechless. An old drunkard was exceptionally powerful, yet he had left the Burning Sun sect with Qing Xian. Now no one knew where he was. Wu Yi was unfathomable and seemed to be omnipotent. However, he was now in the most important period of seclusion. These two invincible forces could not be counted on now. The Violet Spirit said, I will go out with you. It won't be too difficult to deal with first and second level heavenly venerables. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this. It wouldn't be too difficult to deal with first and second level heavenly venerables. Little Violet, have you already? He was a little surprised. The Violet Spirit's words meant that she was now at the height of the heavenly venerable realm. The Violet Spirit looked to be 11 or 12 years old. She looked like a real spirit. Her long hair fell to her waist, and a faint pressure overflowed. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Second level heavenly venerable. Yes. The Violet Spirit nodded and said, AI will go with us. She has the seal of life and death, which is not inferior to the king physique. In addition, Wu Yi personally taught her the ancient scriptures. Now, there are not many people below the Emperor realm who can stop her. Her combat power is very impressive. Lin Tian nodded. When AI came back from the dead and gave birth to a divine seal like the seal of life and death, It was indeed not weaker than the king's physique. In addition, with Wu Yi, the master of the Misty Mountain, who was unfathomable, teaching her personally, it was naturally not weak and was very powerful. However, he frowned. Wu Yi is in seclusion. If you all leave, will she be left alone in Ethereal Mountain? According to the Violet Spirit, Wu Yi's seclusion was very important. At least one person should be left behind to guard her. Ethereal Mountain is covered with divine runes. Without the special method that Wu Yi taught you, no one can enter and disturb Wu Yi's seclusion. Even heavenly venerables are no exception. The Violet Spirit said. Lin Tian was moved. The divine runes intertwined in Ethereal Mountain were so powerful, even heavenly venerables could not break in. Don't be surprised. Let's go, the Violet Spirit said with a smile. Or do you miss little E after not seeing her for a few years and want to go deeper? She looked at Lin Tian with a very ambiguous expression. Lin Tian was speechless. The Violet Spirit smiled even more happily. Let's go. There was still a year before the Netherworld race attacked, but she still decided to leave with Lin Tianyi now. She had to return to the Fey King Palace. After all, she was the master of the Fey King Palace. The Netherworld race was about to attack, and this was a very serious matter. She had to return to the Fey King Palace and pass down some powerful spells to mobilize the masters of the Fey King Palace to prepare for what was to come. Okay, Lin Tian nodded. He looked at the deepest part of the mountain. He learned from the Violet Spirit that Wu Yi was in seclusion there. He silently said in his heart, everything goes well. Then he left Ethereal Mountain with the Violet Spirit and AI. I will return to the Fey King Palace first. AI will go with you to the Immortal Court. Outside Ethereal Mountain, the Violet Spirit said to Lin Tian. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He parted ways with the Violet Spirit. After seeing the Violet Spirit's figure disappear from sight, he left with AI. He didn't return to the Immortal Court directly. Instead, he went somewhere else. Brother Lin, we don't seem to be going to the Immortal Court. AI naturally noticed this and asked Lin Tiandao curiously. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go to the other great sects first. He tore open the void and stepped in with AI. Soon, they arrived outside a vast group of immortal mountains in the northern region. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous palaces within the immortal mountains. There were even floating treasured islands that were filled with dense spirit chi. This place was the establishment of one of the top forces in this region, the Purple Branding Sacred Ground. He brought AI into the Celestial Mountain and came to the outside of the Purple Burn Sacred Ground. Immediately, the disciples guarding the sacred ground were shocked and quickly went forward to welcome them. Greetings, Immortal Emperor. The group bowed in unison. This was the Emperor-level Reincarnation King Physique, the master of the Immortal Court. He single-handedly suppressed the dark turmoil. How could they dare to be disrespectful? I want to see your patriarch. Please inform him. Lin Tiandao. The few disciples of the Purple Burn Holy Ground nodded their heads as one of them flew into the Purple Burn Holy Ground. Not long after, the Purple Branding Patriarch and the other important figures of the sect came out to welcome them. Immortal Emperor, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The Purple Branding Patriarch smiled. Compared to Lin Tian, this person had lived for a long time. However, he was very polite to Lin Tian. This was because Lin Tian was very powerful. In the world of cultivators, powerful strength often determined everything. May I know why the Immortal Emperor is here? One of the Grand Elders asked. I have something important to discuss with you. Lin Tiandao, the Purple Branding Patriarch, and the others naturally understood. The Purple Branding Patriarch and the other Emperor-level Grand Elders personally led the way. They invited Lin Tian and AI to a secret palace in the depths of the Purple Branding Sacred Ground that was filled with strange formation runes. This place is definitely hidden. The purple branding patriarch said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't hide anything. He told the emperor-level experts of the sect that the Netherworld race was coming and was led by 11 heavenly venerables. Of course. He didn't explain how he knew this would happen a year later. What? This clan is going to attack us again. Led by 11 heavenly venerables. Wasn't the passageway from that space to this space sealed back then? The purple branding patriarch and the others were shocked. The purple branding, sacred ground, was one of the top forces in the 10 directions heavenly domain. The emperor-level experts of this sect naturally knew about the existence of the sealed, dust ancient region and the Netherworld race. When they heard the news brought by Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Moreover, they didn't doubt Lin Tian's words. After all, Lin Tian was an emperor-level reincarnation body and the master of the immortal court. It was impossible for him to make up such a lie to deceive them. It was completely meaningless. The experts of this sect frowned deeply. Lin Tiandao said, "There's roughly a year before the Netherworld race comes. Everyone, please make all the necessary preparations." The purple branding patriarch and the others came back to their senses. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Their eyes and brows were filled with worry. The Netherworld race's strength was truly too terrifying. Just hearing about 11 heavenly venerables coming together was enough to frighten them. Then they hurriedly thanked Lin Tiandao seriously. After Lin Tian knew that the Netherworld race would come to this world in a year, he personally came to inform them so that they could prepare in advance. This could be said to be a great kindness. This was because after the Netherworld race came, they would definitely massacre everyone. As one of the top forces, the purple branding sacred ground could be said to be the first to bear the brunt. Now that Lin Tian had informed them of this matter, they could make all kinds of countermeasures in this 1 year, such as carving divine arts, magic crystals, and emperor-killing array platforms. When the time came, when the Netherworld race came, they wouldn't be flustered because of the sudden incident. This could ensure the safety of the purple branding sacred ground to the greatest extent. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. Thank you. The purple branding patriarch said repeatedly, "You're welcome." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "I'm informing everyone of this matter, not only because I hope that everyone can prepare in advance to ensure the safety of the purple branding sacred ground to the greatest extent, but also because I hope that everyone can think of the other living beings outside the purple branding sacred ground and think of the territory we're in. When the Netherworld race comes, I hope that everyone can help to kill the enemy while ensuring the safety of the purple branding sacred ground. Protect the other rogue cultivators and the ordinary people who don't have the strength to fight. Protect the integrity of this land that belongs to us. Let's work together and beat the Netherworld race back to the sealed, dust ancient region." When the several emperor-level figures of the purple branding sacred ground heard this, they were all stunned. Their eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 1292. Lin Tian nodded at Old Ancestor Purple Branding. He could see that Old Ancestor Purple Branding's promise was sincere. "Then I'll take my leave first." He bid farewell to Old Ancestor Purple Branding and the others. Purple Totem Grand Ancestor and a few Grand Elders of this branch personally escorted Lin Tian out of the Purple Totem sacred ground. "Take care, Immortal Emperor." Several people said. Lin Tian nodded and left the purple branding Holy Land with AI. He then tore through the void and disappeared into the distance. He didn't return to the Immortal Court immediately. Instead, he went to the Legacy Saber Pavilion and other great sects in the ninth heaven to inform them of the news that the Netherworld race would be invading in a year's time. He asked the Legacy Saber Pavilion and other great sects in this heaven to prepare for the upcoming battle. After all, the Netherworld race would send too many cultivators in a year's time, and most of them wouldn't be weak. The more people there were, the better. Then he tore through the heavens barrier and went to the lower heavens. He informed some of the great sects in the lower heavens about the news and asked them to prepare for the upcoming battle. Because the Netherworld race had invaded once before, they must have recorded the history of the Netherworld race. They were very familiar with the situation between the first heaven and the ninth heaven. When they invade in a year's time, they might prepare something like the Cross-Heaven teleportation station. At that time, they might rely on the Cross-Heaven teleportation station to send their experts directly from the ninth heaven to the lower heavens. At that time, they might launch a massacre in the lower heavens. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. We are very grateful. 1 year later, we will follow Sir Immortal Emperor into battle. Sir Immortal Emperor, please rest assured. We may not be able to invade the ninth heaven, but if the Netherworld race invades the lower heavens, we will do our best to protect this land. This is also our territory, and we have the obligation to protect it. The old ancestors of the great sects expressed their gratitude and promises. It wasn't until 3 days later that Lin Tian returned to the Immortal Court and summoned by Ziki, Yangqi, and the others. Disciples of the Immortal Court gather at the martial arena. He released the Emperor's voice. 9 martial practice fields appeared in the sky above the Immortal Court. There were 8 more than the original one. Each of them was enough to accommodate 1 million cultivators at the same time. He had personally built them a few years ago. Because there were more and more disciples in the Immortal Court, 1 martial practice field was not enough. The 9 training grounds were covered with Tao patterns and array seals. At this moment, the sky was filled with brilliance, and divine light stairs were descending into the Immortal Court. The disciples of the Immortal Court, who were below the flight realm, used the divine light stairs to go up, while the disciples of the flight realm and above directly flew into the sky and landed on the 9 training grounds in an orderly manner. As far as the eye could see, there were 1 million of them, 1 million disciples. This scale surpassed any great sect or inheritance in the history of the 10 directions heavenly domain. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the training field and glanced at the 1 million disciples of the Immortal Court. Without any hesitation, he informed them that the Netherworld race would invade this heaven region in a year's time. He also informed them of the strength of the Netherworld race, which was led by 11 celestial venerables. I will definitely follow Sir Immortal Emperor into battle. The 1 million disciples of the Immortal Court shouted in unison. Every one of them had a solemn expression. No one was surprised or fearful. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Previously, when he told the other great forces that the Netherworld race was about to invade, those great figures of the great forces were shocked and worried. Even the emperor-level figures were no exception. But now, when he told this to the disciples of the Immortal Court, they were not surprised at all. None of them had a worried or fearful expression. Every one of them looked solemn and held their heads high. This showed that these disciples of the Immortal Court deeply trusted him and believed that he could lead them to settle everything. Very good. Looking at the 1 million disciples of the Immortal Court, he was touched by their expressions. Golden emperor light interwove around his body. With a wave of his right hand, all the Lingjing flew out from the Lingjing storage room and interwove with a dense radiance. Vast spirit qi filled the 9 training grounds. In the war 1 year later, I hope all of you will do your best to kill the enemy and protect the world. I also hope that all of you can survive. He looked at the disciples and said, all the disciples below the Immortal Ascension realm, take the Lingjing storage room and cultivate. Refine it on the training grounds and break through to the Immortal Ascension realm with the help of the Lingjing storage room. As for the Immortal Ascension tribulation, we will help you block it. There were 6 billion Lingjing storage room in the Immortal Court. This was a huge number, but for the experts above the Nirvana realm, it was not very useful for them to cultivate. At least, they were far from being able to break through to the Emperor realm. The 6 billion Lingjing storage room was prepared for the ordinary disciples. At this time, he took out all the Lingjing storage room for the disciples of the Immortal Court to refine. All of this was to increase the strength of the ordinary disciples of the Immortal Court, so that they could at least reach the immortal Ascension realm, because he could imagine that the Netherworld race would invade 1 year later. The battle would definitely be fierce. He hoped that, at that time, every disciple of the Immortal Court would have enough strength to fight the enemy and survive. As for these disciples of the Immortal Court, when they heard that there was a terrifying enemy coming from another world, they didn't show any surprise or fear. They trusted him deeply. They were worthy of him doing this. On the training grounds, all the disciples of the Immortal Court were moved. Their eyes lit up. Their leader took out 6 billion Lingjing storage room at this moment just to increase their strength so that they could have enough strength to face the enemy and survive the war 1 year later. This moved them. "Thank you, Immortal Emperor." A group of disciples shouted. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light. He scanned everyone on the training grounds with his powerful Emperor-level divine sense. He checked the cultivation of each disciple of the Immortal Court and distributed enough Lingjing storage room reasonably. At the same time, Baiziki and the others also joined in. They distributed enough Lingjing storage room for the disciples of the Immortal Court who had not reached the Immortal Ascension realm. "Start cultivating," Lin Tian shouted. Yes. All the disciples of the Immortal Court below the Immortal Ascension realm answered. On this day, many disciples of the Immortal Court were cultivating with spiritual crystals in the training field of the Immortal Court. Their auras were rising rapidly. Not long after, lightning intertwined above the Immortal Court. Some disciples broke into the Immortal Ascension realm and attracted the Immortal Ascension tribulation. After that, the lightning became louder. New lightning appeared. Some new disciples broke into the Immortal Ascension realm. Everyone else, focus on cultivating. Don't look at the lightning above your head. Don't worry about being affected. Lin Tian, Emperor Light, intertwined around his body. He ascended to the sky with Ling Yun and the others to block the heavenly tribulation for the disciples who broke into the Immortal Ascension realm. With their strength, it was too easy to shatter the heavenly tribulation of the Immortal Ascension realm. They could do it with a wisp of aura. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky above the Immortal Court. For half a month, thunderclouds rolled in the sky above the Immortal Court. Many disciples of the Immortal Court broke into the Immortal Ascension realm and attracted the Immortal Ascension tribulation. Lin Tian and the others stood in the sky and shattered the Immortal Ascension tribulation one after another. After another half a month, the sky above the Immortal Court quieted down. All the disciples of the main Immortal Court had broken into the Immortal Ascension realm. All of them were full of vigor and vitality. Moreover, some disciples who were at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, Great Tao realm, and Enlightenment realm had also broken through to a new realm with the help of Lingjing. At this time, millions of disciples of the Immortal Court stood on the training field. There were about 700,000 Immortal Ascension realm, 200,000 Great Tao realm, 90,000 Enlightenment realm, 3,000 Nirvana realm, 100 half-step emperors, and 20 boundary emperors. They stood together, their vitality intertwining with each other. It was vast and terrifying. It could be said that this was a super grand occasion. Since ancient times, no major force or inheritance in the 10 directions heavenly domain had ever been so glorious. Good. Lin Tian nodded. Baiziki and the others also had a bright light in their eyes. They were the ones who established the Immortal Court. Now that the Immortal Court was so grand, they were naturally happy. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by Emperor Light. He waved his hand again and opened the Immortal Court's Divine Weapon Palace. Treasured weapons rushed out from the Divine Weapon Palace. There were immortal weapons, Tao weapons, divine weapons, and sacred weapons. They were all shining with dazzling cold light and terrifying murderous aura. He took out these treasured weapons and directly distributed them to all the disciples of the Immortal Court, increasing their combat strength again. This made the eyes of the disciples of the Immortal Court even brighter. They all clenched their fists. In the next month, The Scripture Depository Master and the others will teach you Emperor-level abilities. Each of you must master one. At the same time, I'll teach you a combination attack formation technique. It can be as small as a 3-man combination attack or as large as a 10,000-man combination attack. It can allow your aura and divine force to merge when you use the combination attack formation technique, increasing your killing power by several times or even 10 times. Lin Tian looked at the millions of disciples of the Immortal Court and said, "A year later, the Netherworld race would send an army of 10 million. Before that, he had to do his best to increase the combat strength of the Immortal Court. Cultivate diligently." He shouted, "Yes." The millions of disciples of the Immortal Court answered in unison. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, and the others. Over the years, they had read all the Emperor-level abilities in the Immortal Court. Although they didn't master all of them, they remembered all of them. At this time, he began to teach them the techniques. Later, Lin Tian personally taught them the combination attack formation technique. With his powerful Emperor-level divine sense, he injected the essence of the combination attack formation technique into the sea of consciousness of the disciples of the Immortal Court. He also personally practiced and guided the disciples of the Immortal Court in their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. A month later, the strength of the millions of disciples of the Immortal Court skyrocketed. He, Bai Ziki, and the others stopped and left, letting the disciples of the Immortal Court cultivate on their own. Then they went to the branches of the Immortal Court in the east, west, south, and north of the ninth heaven. They went to the branches of the Immortal Court in the lower heavens and brought along Lingjing's treasured weapons to enhance the strength of the disciples of the Immortal Court. After that, the group returned to the main Immortal Court. "Little guy, there should be some leftovers of the myriad spirit treasure fruits you picked from the ethereal mountain, right? Take them all out." Chapter 1293. Misty Mountain was filled with all sorts of mystical immortal treasures. The 10,000 spirit treasure fruit was one of these immortal treasures. It could strengthen a cultivator's soul and raise their cultivation. It was extremely effective for cultivators under half-step emperor rank. When they were in the Misty Mountain, little Taichu picked a lot and almost took all the myriad spirit treasure fruits. He guessed that the little guy should have some left, so he asked the little guy to take them out and use them to increase the strength of Lin, Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, Baiqiu, Yenya and Baiziki. "Yeah." The little guy blinked and waved his little paw, taking out 33 myriad spirit treasure fruits. This was all that was left. 33 left, not bad. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. The myriad spirit treasure fruits were eaten by the little guy for leisure. He was quite surprised that there were so many left after so many years. After that, he called Lin, Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, Baiqiu, Yenya and Baiziki to the small forest in the depths of the Immortal Court. He gave them the myriad spirit treasure fruits and let them refine it. He then stood guard for them. After the group took the myriad spirit treasure fruits, they didn't hesitate and immediately started to refine it and cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Boom! 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 7 days later, waves of powerful divine energy rushed out from the depths of the Immortal Court. All kinds of divine light interweaved in this small forest. After 7 days, the group cultivated with the myriad spirit treasure fruits and broke through a small level. Lin, she reached the 3rd level of Nirvana realm. Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, and the Black Dragon reached the 5th level of Nirvana realm. Baiqiu, Yenya and Yangqi reached the 6th level of Nirvana realm. And Baiziki reached the 8th level of Nirvana realm. Everyone's strength increased by a lot. As for Lin Tian, Little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile, they were all above half-step emperor rank, so the 10,000 spirit treasure fruit was useless to them. There's still 9 months left. Let's do everything we can to increase our combat strength. Lin Tiandao, Ling Yin, and the rest nodded and left the forest. They returned to their respective cultivation grounds and began to meditate in seclusion. Lin Tian didn't go into secluded cultivation. Instead, he and the little Tai Chu went to the Immortal Lyceum's treasure pavilion and took out the phoenix bloodstone that Wu Yi had given him from Wuxing Crocodile. Using the power of the Emperor of Samsara, they created 5 new heavenly treasures and handed them to Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, Ling Yin, and the Black Flood Dragon. As for Yenya, the Tianji Divine Mirror was definitely not weaker than a pinnacle heavenly treasure. As for Lin Shi and the others, they already had powerful heavenly treasures to protect themselves. Before the upcoming war, he had to do everything he could to make his family and friends as strong as possible. After handing over the 5 sects' heavenly treasures to Baiziki, Fan Yingxiong, Ling Yin, and the others, he didn't stop there. He took out all the mystic jade rocks in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and started to carve the Eternal Killing Array platforms. After 2 months, he had carved a total of 500 Eternal Killing Array platforms. Once each Eternal Killing Array platform was activated, it was enough to kill a 9th Heaven Emperor Realm expert. He distributed the Eternal Killing Array platforms to Lin Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, Baiqiu, Yenya, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yin, and the others. Then he gave 1 platform to each of the quasi-emperors of the Immortal Lyceum. He distributed them to the Immortal Lyceum's branches in the lower heavens. At the same time, he also gave some to the Barbarian tribe, Ascension Dao sect, by family, Burning Sun sect, and the Valley of the Harp. After that, he also refined a lot of sealing formation platforms and treasured pills that could suppress one's cultivation base and distributed them to everyone. That place should be of great use. After doing all this, his eyes shone brightly. He called the little Tai Chu and Wuxing Crocodile out of the Immortal Lyceum. Soon, they arrived at a desolate mountain in the east region. The spiritual qi in this mountain was extraordinary. Ancient trees were everywhere. He entered the desolate mountain and came to a pit that was 10,000 feet away. Looking at it, the diameter of the pit was about 50 to 60 feet. There were green grass and gray stones beside it. It looked very ordinary and didn't have any special aura. It was just that it seemed a little deep. When looking down from the sky, it was difficult to see the bottom. Here, the Wuxing Crocodile stared. The little Tai Chu also couldn't help but shrink his neck. 10,000 feet away, the pit looked very ordinary. They couldn't feel anything special about it. However, they would never forget the scene from a few years ago. At that time, when Lin Tian threw a living bird into the pit, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ordinary-looking pit. That kind of aura could even swallow a celestial venerable. It could be said that this place was simply a destructive sinkhole. "Kid, what do you want to do here?" the Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian stared at the pit 10,000 feet away. His eyes narrowed slightly. "After the Netherworld race kills their way in, I'll try to lure a few of their celestial, venerable powerhouses into that pit." Hearing this, the Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. "Kid, you're going to do something big." It knew how terrifying that sinkhole was. As long as a living creature entered its range, it would definitely die. Even celestial venerable powerhouses were no exception. If they could really lure a few netherworld celestial venerables into this sinkhole, they would be killed in the blink of an eye. It seemed a little excited, but then frowned. "But how do I lure the celestial venerables of that race into the sinkhole?" "Engrave a large-scale teleportation array and cover it with a sealing array pattern. As long as someone enters this teleportation array, I can forcibly send them into the sinkhole." Of course, the teleportation array teleports the target from the inside of the void. Powerful people can forcibly shatter the void and escape during the teleportation process. Especially celestial venerable powerhouses, they can't be given time to react. Lin Tiandao. Therefore, the location of the teleportation array must be close enough to the sinkhole. Roughly speaking, it can't be more than 10 feet away. 10 feet? So close? You'll be fine in the process of engraving the array and luring the enemy, right? Whooshing Crocodile frowned. This sinkhole was very dangerous. Lin Tiandao had to engrave the teleportation array at such a close distance, and then he had to get close to this place to lure the enemy. This was indeed a little dangerous. If he didn't do well, he might lose his life. Don't worry, I know what to do. Lin Tiandao. He let the little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile stay away from the sinkhole. He himself was about 10 feet away from the sinkhole, engraving the teleportation array pattern on the ground and in the void. The whole process was very slow and very careful. After all, they were too close to the sinkhole now. After that, it was not until a full 10 days later that he finished engraving the teleportation array. At the same time, he also engraved several sealing arrays to cover the surroundings, concealing the aura of the teleportation array. If a celestial venerable didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. It's done, he muttered to himself and retreated. For the past 10 days, he had always maintained the highest level of vigilance. At this time, after he finished engraving the teleportation array, he discovered that his forehead and back were involuntarily dripping with sweat. Even his clothes were soaked by a large amount of sweat. This was really because this sinkhole was too dangerous. His mind was always in a tense state during these 10 days, so naturally, cold sweat overflowed. You have to be very careful when luring the enemy in the future, Whooshing Crocodile said solemnly. Understood. Lin Tiandao nodded. The man and the two beasts took one last look at this place, then turned and left. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Lin Tiandao, Little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile didn't cultivate in seclusion. After Yan Ye calculated that the Netherworld race would break in from the red earth plane at the border of the western region, they directly went to this place. Lin Tiandao personally engraved various killing arrays in this plane, covering all directions. At the same time, during these 3 months, he took Little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile to many places from the first heaven to the 9th heaven, looking for traces of an old drunkard, but they didn't find anything. Well, let Misya calculate it, Whooshing Crocodile said. It knows how powerful an old drunkard is. If an old drunkard makes a move, the upcoming battle will be much easier. That's the only way. Lin Tiandao. He tore open the void, stepped into it with Little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile, and returned to the Immortal Lyceum in the next moment. After entering the Immortal Lyceum, he went to the depths of the Immortal Lyceum. Yenya, Lin Shi and Ji you were cultivating together. He didn't hesitate and directly told Yenya, the purpose of his visit. He asked Yenya, to calculate the traces of an old drunkard. Okay. Yenya smiled. After her cultivation reached the 6th level of Nirvana realm, her aura was stronger, and her control of the divine calculation of heavenly secrets had become more proficient. She had seen an old drunkard before, so she didn't need Lin Tiandao to provide anything. She directly used the divine calculation of heavenly secrets and began to deduce. Buzz! As she operated the divine calculation of heavenly secrets, the light of the Tao suddenly emerged in this courtyard, surrounding her on its own. It was extremely dense, as if all the 3,000 great Tao had awakened at this moment, emitting Tao light. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. At this time, the light of the Tao outside Yenya, Ur's body became denser, and the immortal spiritual qi intertwined. She couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Lin Tiandao asked, "What's wrong, ya?" Since they met, this was the first time he saw Yenya, frowning while using the divine calculation of heavenly secrets. Beside her, Whooshing Crocodile, Lin Shi, and the others also looked puzzled. Yenya, didn't say anything. She raised her hand to form a seal, and the divine mirror of heavenly secrets rushed out of her body. In an instant, the divine light of heavenly secrets filled the sky, surrounding her. In the blink of an eye, dense divine runes of heavenly secrets appeared in this courtyard, forming a great array of heavenly secrets. It led to an even more shocking Tao light, like an ocean of Tao. Then, dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Her frown deepened, and she formed an even more complicated divine seal of heavenly secrets, causing the divine light of the divine mirror of heavenly secrets to surge out of her body. The dazzling light almost enveloped the entire immortal Lyceum, causing many immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the immortal Lyceum to be shocked by the immortal spiritual chi. Buzz. Yenya. Oi's hand seals became even faster, and more immortal spirit inscriptions appeared. However, her frown deepened, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Even her face had turned slightly pale. After that, she finally stopped after a full quarter of an hour. No, it's too strange. I can't feel anything. Chapter 1294. What? I can't sense anything? Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew very well how powerful Yenya, Er's divine skill was. She was an immortal spiritual body, and with the help of the divine mirror, her divine skill might be comparable to that of the ancestors of this branch. Previously, she had also divined the movements of the 11 celestial venerables of the Netherworld clan at the same time, which was very shocking. But now, just by divining the tracks of an old drunkard, she didn't get anything. She didn't have a clue at all, which surprised him a little. Whooshing Crocodile also showed a surprised expression. It can't be, right? Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others all looked at Yenya. Curiously. I've tried my best, but I still can't sense anything, Yenya said. Her beautiful brows were deeply furrowed. Even she was very confused. This is too strange. Logically speaking, such a situation shouldn't happen. Even if your master is so powerful that I can't divinate anything about him with my current realm, there should be signs before that. Perhaps there would be destructive thunder in the sky, or the emergence of the Great Way, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken, or me, the diviner, to suddenly die on the spot. It could even bring disaster to all sides and forcibly interrupt my divinations. But now, hearing her words, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. He didn't know as much about the divine skill as Yenya. But it was enough to be said that he was very familiar with it. Indeed, as Yenya said, even if an old drunkard was very powerful and couldn't be divined with Yenya's current cultivation, there should be some signs. It was impossible that she couldn't sense anything without any signs. He paused and said to Yenya, then try divining the tracks of my master's wife. He learned from the highest elder of the Burning Sun sect that an old drunkard left the sect with Qing Xian, so they must be together. As long as he could divine Qing Xian's tracks, he would be able to know where an old drunkard was. All right, I'll try, Yenya said. However, if your masteress was with your master, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to deduce your masteress's whereabouts. As she said this, she performed the Tianji divine art again, and the Tianji divine mirror cooperated with her. After that, dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the celestial spiritual Tao patterns that filled the sky gradually dissipated. No, she shook her head. It was indeed as she had predicted. She could not deduce Qing Xian's whereabouts, either. The whooshing crocodile opened its mouth. Why do I feel that this is even more mysterious than when Tian Swansea was divining the little Taichu? At this time, Yenya was divining an old drunkard, but nothing happened. However, when Tian Swansea was divining the little Taichu, destructive thunderbolts descended, and the entire southern region was plunged into darkness. This might seem more terrifying when Tian Swansea was divining the little Taichu, but in fact it felt that Yenya was divining an old drunkard at this time. Because when Yenya was divining an old drunkard, there were no signs at all, but she could not divine anything. Even Qing Xian, who was with an old drunkard, could not be divined at all. This was a bit scary. Boy, your master seems to be more terrifying than we thought. It looked at Lin Tian strangely. It had seen Qing Xian before. Although she was also very extraordinary, it had never felt that she was unfathomable. It was enough to imagine that all of this was related to an old drunkard. Yenya, Er's Tao of divine secret arts, could not divine an old drunkard, and because of an old drunkard, Yenya, could not even divine Qing Xian. This was really a bit scary. This, Lin Tian frowned. The current situation was indeed a bit strange. What's going on with this old guy? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He thought for a long time, but in the end he just shook his head. Forget it. Let's not look for him. We'll make other preparations ourselves, he said. Even Yenya, who was proficient in divination, could not divine an old drunkard's whereabouts. At this time, he gave up on searching for an old drunkard. He also did not think about why Yenya could not divine an old drunkard, because there was no point in thinking about it now. It would not be of any use in the upcoming battle. There's not much time left. Do your best to improve your battle strength, he said. Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others nodded, looking very serious. The great battle that was about to take place soon had too many implications. On this day, Lin Tian left and entered the Immortal Emperor Pagoda to make other preparations. In the blink of an eye, 9 months passed. In 3 days, the Netherworld race will enter from the western region. On this day, Yenya was said to have entered the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. During these 9 months, she would make a divination every few days to grasp the best opportunity. Lin Tian received this message from the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and immediately stepped out of the pagoda. His eyes were bright, and he woke up Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others from their seclusion. The group rushed to the highest sky of the Immortal Court. Immortal Court generals, prepare for battle. Standing in the Immortal Court, he issued the Emperor's voice. The Emperor's voice was like the Tao, mighty and mighty, reverberating in every corner of the Immortal Court. Fight! Millions of immortal soldiers and immortal generals roared in unison like thunder. Whoosh! 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 With the sound of breaking air, immortal light rushed out of the Immortal Court. Powerful blood qi intertwined, vast and unparalleled. As early as a year ago, the millions of immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the Immortal Court had learned about the battle from Lin Tian. Now that they heard Lin Tian's emperor's voice, they immediately moved. They rushed out of the Immortal Court. Some rushed to the border of the western region, and some rushed to the other regions of this heaven. There were also powerful quasi-emperors who tore through the heavenly barriers and led the troops into the lower heavens. Because once the Netherworld race entered, the battlefield might be the entire first heaven to the 9th heaven. The combat strength of the Immortal Court would spread throughout the first heaven to the 9th heaven. This was an order that Lin Tian had long planned and passed down. Of course, at the same time, the Immortal Court also left enough powerhouses to guard the main clan. The 10-direction killing formation was fully activated, covering the entire Immortal Court. Unless a heavenly venerable powerhouse came in person, no one would be able to survive. Fight! Kill! The immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the Immortal Court roared, their voices shaking the sky. Lin Tian stood above the Immortal Court. Little Tai Chu, Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, and the others followed. Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others were also there. They were also going to participate in the battle. In fact, Lin Tian didn't want them to go out of the Immortal Court to fight. He hoped that they could stay in the Immortal Court. However, several women shook their heads, unwilling to do so. Their attitude was very firm. They could choose not to fight normally, but now that they were facing a great enemy that might bring disaster to the entire first heaven, to the 9th heaven, they had no choice but to fight. Lin Tian stood above the Immortal Court, watching the disciples of the Immortal Court rush out of the Immortal Court, and the light in his eyes became stronger. He looked at his family, friends, and companions and said, The most important thing isn't to protect the world and all living beings, nor is it to defeat the army of the netherworld. The most important thing is that all of you have to live, and you have to live in perfect condition. Lord Crocodile won't die. How can I die so early? It's just a small netherworld race. Lord Crocodile will swallow them all. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. You're too worried. We're not that weak. Baiziki said. Brother, don't worry. Lin, she said. We will all live. Life is the most important thing, Ji said. The group looked at Lin Tian and spoke one after another. Okay. Lin Tian nodded, turned around, and looked into the distance. Let's go! Boom! A powerful emperor's aura spread throughout the entire ninth heaven, spreading to every corner of the ninth heaven. East region, Demon King Palace. It's begun. The Violet Fairy stood above the Demon King Palace, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a faint purple divine light intertwined in her eyes. In the next moment, she disappeared from the Demon King Palace. Old 3, you stay behind to guard the Demon King Palace. The rest, prepare for battle according to Lord Demon King's orders. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace said. Yes. In the Demon King Palace, voices sounded. Afterward, powerful demonic lights rushed out of the Demon King Palace, rushing in different directions. South region, Legendary Saber Pavilion. The old ancestor of this generation of the Legendary Saber Pavilion rushed out and stood at the top of the Legendary Saber Pavilion. Great Elder and half of the disciples stay behind to guard the Saber Pavilion. Second Elder, Third Elder, and the rest of the disciples, come with me to fight with the immortal Emperor. Yes. The second and third Grand Elders of the Legendary Blade Pavilion took to the air, as did all the disciples above the airborne realm. Beams of light intertwined as they came to the sky above the Legendary Blade Pavilion. Let's go. The old ancestor of the Legendary Saber Pavilion said. With a flash of Emperor's light, he disappeared with everyone. North region, Purple Branding Holy Land, fight with the immortal Emperor. The old ancestor of this generation of the Purple Branding Holy Land said. He wrapped the powerhouses of the Purple Branding Holy Land and left the Purple Branding Holy Land. Almost at the same time, the other great sects in the ninth heaven responded at this time, and powerhouses rushed out. All of this was because Lin Tian's Emperor's aura spread throughout the ninth heaven, informing all the great sects of the ninth heaven that the battle was about to begin. These great sects learned from Lin Tian that the netherworld race would invade a year later, and they had been making various preparations. Now that Lin Tian released his Emperor's aura, they naturally understood. Boom! 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 On this day, in the ninth heaven, a tyrannical aura spread out, and a divine light spread out, shaking the 10 directions. Lin Tian's body intertwined with golden light as he brought Lin Shi and the others, along with Baiziki and the others, to the western region. Ka! The void in front of them split open, and the Violet Fairy walked out. Purple divine light intertwined, and her aura was even stronger than a year ago. How long will it take for them to arrive? She walked to Lin Tian's side and asked. 3 days. Lin Tiandao. As his words fell, another void split open, and the old ancestor of the Legendary Saber Pavilion led a group of powerhouses to arrive. Immortal Emperor. The old ancestor of the Legendary Saber Pavilion stepped forward and walked to Lin Tian's side. At the same time, he nodded to the Violet Fairy. Then, the void split open again, and the old ancestor of the Purple Branding Holy Land led a group of powerhouses and stepped out of the void. Immortal Emperor, Demon Emperor. The old ancestor of the Purple Branding Holy Land spoke and walked towards Lin Tian. Then, the sound of the void breaking rang out one after another, and the void continued to split open. One by one, the old ancestors of the great sects arrived with a solemn expression. Chapter 1295. The Netherworld race is about to invade, and this matter is too big. It concerns the entire first heaven to the ninth heaven. It's no longer a matter of one person, but a matter of everyone from the first to ninth heaven. At this time, the various great sects that have been preparing for a year moved out together after sensing Lin Tian's Empyrean aura. Immortal Emperor. The old ancestors of the various great sects greeted Lin Tian, then looked at the Beast Emperor, Old Ancestor, Purple Scorpion, and the others. Lin Tian nodded at these people and said, "The Netherworld race will invade from the Red Earth Plain at the border of the Western region in 3 days. We will go there to intercept them." Looking at the crowd, he continued, "However, after that, the scope of the war will inevitably expand. It won't be limited to the Red Earth Plain at the border of the Western region. At that time, it will be a cruel war that will affect the entire first heaven to ninth heaven. Everyone, we will do our best to kill the enemy, protect our own inheritances, protect the weak fellow Taoists and the ordinary people who have no combat power, and protect the integrity of this territory. Naturally, this territory belongs to us. We won't allow the foreign evildoers to destroy it. We will follow the Immortal Emperor's orders." The old ancestors of the great sects all agreed. "Good. We will go to the Red Earth Plain in the Western region. When the Netherworld race invades, we will give them a head-on blow." Lin Tiandao. "Good." The old ancestors of the great sects all shouted in unison. On this day, led by Lin Tian, all the great sects of the ninth heaven set out, and the powerhouses followed him. Soon they arrived at the Red Earth Plain at the border of the Western region. Looking around, the Red Earth Plain was very wide, and it was difficult to see the end of it at a glance. There was no vegetation on the surface, and almost all of it was gray gravel. It was like a desert, and the aura fluctuations were very thin. Lin Tian and the old ancestors of the great sects led the powerhouses here. They led the disciples of their respective inheritances to separate areas, forming a semicircle around the Red Earth Plain. Everyone's expression was solemn, and their fighting spirit was high. Your safety is the most important thing in all of this. Remember, don't ever forget this. Lin Tian said solemnly to the people around him. This was the second time he had said something like this today. This time Wuxing Crocodile and the others all nodded seriously. Don't worry. Baiziki said, "We will protect ourselves." Baiqiu said, "The world was beautiful because they had family and friends by their side. Therefore they had to live. They had to live." Lin Tian nodded. His eyes sparkled as he looked ahead. In the other seats, the experts of the Purple Burning Holy Land, the Legacy Saber Pavilion, and the other great sects also stared ahead solemnly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Buzz! On this day, the space above the crimson earth plane suddenly distorted and cracked. A faint blue light appeared. A cold and powerful aura spread out from the crack in the void. "They're here." Lin Tian stared ahead, a cold glint in his eyes. At the same time, the experts of the other great sects on the crimson earth plane were shocked as they stared ahead. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion. The void in the depths of the crimson earth plane suddenly exploded. A faint blue light rushed out like a volcanic eruption, intertwining with coldness. "Kill!" A cold shout resounded throughout the crimson earth plane. A huge passage appeared in the exploded void. Densely packed figures rushed out from the passage like a torrent of killing intent. The terrifying killing intent almost split the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of figures rushed out. Such a scene caused the patriarchs and experts of the various great sects to be shocked. It's true. The eyes of the powerful ancestors of the great sects flickered at this moment. A year ago, when they heard Lin Tian mention this, they didn't doubt him at all. Because with Lin Tian's identity as the master of the Immortal Court, there was no reason for him to make up such a story to deceive them. However, when they saw this scene with their own eyes and saw the Netherworld race from the sealed, dust ancient region kill their way in, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Everything was as Lin Tian had said. Even the location and time of appearance were not wrong in the slightest. Boom! 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 The faint blue light surged. On the crimson earth plane, the crack in the void became wider. A crack that was at least 10 feet wide appeared. Densely packed netherworld race cultivators rushed out from it. In the blink of an eye, more than 200,000 people rushed out. Among them, there was a powerful existence in the early stage of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm's aura was vast and mighty, intertwining around his body. His eyes were incomparably cold. However, in the next moment, the Netherworld Emperor was shocked. The other 200,000 Netherworld race cultivators who rushed out were also shocked. They had slaughtered their way here from the sealed dust ancient region. And as soon as they appeared, there was actually a dense crowd of cultivators standing in front of them. All of them were waiting for them, and their gazes were all fixed on them. It felt as though they had been waiting for them for a long time. The early stage emperor of the Netherworld race narrowed his eyes. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. At this moment, he could not help but frown. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian raised his hand. With an indifferent expression, he formed a formation seal with one hand. Activate. His voice was calm as he spat out a word. In an instant, the crimson earth plane shook violently. Dense formation runes appeared on the surface and in the void. Immediately, monstrous killing intent surged out. Rays of terrifying killing light condensed in the blink of an eye. The aura of destruction intertwined in all directions. This aura was too terrifying. It was as though it could annihilate everything. The expressions of the Netherworld race who rushed out changed instantly. The early stage emperor of the Netherworld race was shocked. His internal organs instantly turned cold. You! Clang! 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 The 10-direction killing formation shook. The killing light was like a sword. It let out a sword whistle and indiscriminately attacked all the Netherworld race members. Ah! Miserable shrieks instantly rang out. The early stage emperor of the Netherworld race was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was immediately enveloped by the killing light. His sturdy emperor body instantly exploded. His god soul was also instantly crushed. He could not block this terrifying killing light at all. This killing formation was engraved by Lin Tian, who was at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. It was enough to kill a 9th level Emperor Realm expert. At the same time, the other Netherworld race cultivators screamed in terror. The coldness in their eyes when they rushed out disappeared. They were all in chaos. Ah, no. Horrified screams echoed. The first few 100,000 Netherworld race cultivators who rushed out covered their heads and fled like rats. PFFF! 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 Lin Tian activated the killing formation that was engraved here. At this moment, he mercilessly reaped the lives of the Netherworld race cultivators who rushed over. In the blink of an eye, this place turned into a hell of death. Blood dyed the surface of the ground red. How can this be? The group of Netherworld race cultivators was horrified. They came from the sealed dust ancient region in order to unify the 10 directions. They wanted to slaughter the human race and enslave the myriad of existences in this world. However, they did not expect to encounter such a calamity the moment they rushed into this world. Endless killing lights bombarded them. Ah! Ear-piercing screams rang out. The blood on the ground increased as the sound of flesh exploding continuously rang out. How could an ordinary person resist the killing formation engraved by Lin Tian, who was at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm? Even a 9th level Emperor Realm expert would be killed. At this moment, the Netherworld race cultivators were dying one after another. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 of them were killed. Good. worthy of being an immortal emperor. Beautiful, the ancestors of the purple branding, sacred ground, and the other great powers spoke. Many people's eyes couldn't help but flash at this scene. The Netherworld race killed their way in, but they were met with Lin Tian's killing formation as soon as they came out. One Emperor Realm expert was killed along with 100,000 cultivators. This was a blow to the head of the Netherworld race. This blow was equivalent to slapping the Netherworld race in the face. Boom! The crimson earth plane was filled with killing runes. 10,000 rays of killing light engulfed all of the Netherworld race experts that rushed out. Pluff! 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 Ear-piercing screams rang out as mists of blood continued to explode. At this moment, Lin Tian and the other great powers cultivators quietly stood in place. Just the vibrations of the killing runes were enough to easily reap the lives of the Netherworld race cultivators and dye the ground red. Crack! A shattering sound rang out at this moment. On the crimson plane that had already been dyed red by blood, the 10-zhang-long spatial crack that had been torn open twisted and collapsed once again. It became 20 zhang long, and an even thicker blue light intertwined with each other. Later on, more Netherworld race cultivators appeared one after another. They were all stronger than the first ones that came out. At this time, Lin Tian lifted his head to look at that direction. 2 cold rays flashed in his eyes as a familiar aura appeared. Moreover, it was very powerful. Boom! Like a mountain flood erupting, the crimson earth plane shook violently. Behind the 20 zhang long spatial fissure, an old figure stepped out. He was dressed in a purple robe and looked like a supreme being of heaven and earth. There was actually a blue divine ring around his body. In just a moment, the 10-direction killing formation that Lin Tian had engraved on the crimson earth plane was completely shattered by the impact. This aura, heavenly venerable rank. The ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The purple-robed figure stepped out. He looked very old, but his blood and qi were extremely tyrannical. He was like a furnace that walked in the human world, causing the ancestral patriarch's hearts to palpitate. Lin Tian looked at this person. The light in his eyes intertwined as he recognized him. Back then, when he entered the first territory of the Netherworld race with the Emperor Heavenly Tribulation, this person jumped out at that time. He was a heavenly venerable rank expert of the Netherworld race and had terrifying strength. As if he had sensed Lin Tian's gaze, the purple-robed heavenly venerable Netherworld tilted his head and looked over. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. There was killing intent, but more than that, there was greed. It's you, the Reincarnation Constitution. He was a heavenly venerable rank expert and recognized the Reincarnation Constitution. Moreover, when Lin Tian entered the first territory of the Netherworld race with the Heavenly Tribulation, he had already seen Lin Tian. Chapter 1296. Boundless heavenly venerate, God force vibrated, suppressing all directions, enveloping Lin Tian and solidifying the space around him. This was the attack of a heavenly venerate expert. It was terrifying, and the divine power seemed to want to destroy everything. It was terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. There was no fear, and he was calm and collected. I'll suppress you first and take the reincarnation origin. Then I'll kill that woman, that despicable woman. The purple-robed, heavenly venerate Netherworld said coldly. He wanted to take Lin Tian's reincarnation origin and deal with Wu Yi at the same time. Back in the sealed dust ancient region, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Wu Yi, and he had always remembered it in his heart. Boom! The heavenly venerate divine power became even more terrifying, and a blue light curtain spread out in all directions. A cold snort sounded from beside Lin Tian. A vast aura surged as the violet fairy stepped out, and purple divine light filled the sky. Uft! Blood exploded. The purple-robed, heavenly venerate Netherworld's hand was shattered by the purple divine light, and he was sent flying 1,000 feet away. Patriarch! How is this possible? The Netherworld tribe cultivators on the crimson earth plane were shocked. The purple-robed patriarch of their tribe was at the heavenly venerate realm, but now one of his arms was shattered in the blink of an eye, and he was sent flying 1,000 feet away. At the same time, the ancestral patriarch of the saber pavilion and purple branding Holy Land were shocked. This is heavenly venerate realm. That demon king has reached the heavenly venerate realm. The patriarchs of the major sects were shocked. Even Baiziki and the others were shocked, and their eyes widened. He has reached the heavenly venerate realm. This whooshing crocodile was shocked. He is indeed the most outstanding demon king in the history of the demon tribe. The Demon King Palace was the most powerful force of the demon tribe in the 10 Directions heavenly domain, and it was the true demon tribe's holy land. Since its creation, it had never had a heavenly venerate realm existence. So beautiful, so powerful. Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. She had seen the purple fairy a long time ago and liked her very much. Back then, she had even wanted to hug the purple fairy a few times. Now that she saw the purple fairy injure the Netherworld race's heavenly venerable one in one move, she was clearly a little excited. So strong! Ji Yu was also shocked. With a rumble, the void above the crimson earth plane shook violently. The dark blue light was as vast and mighty as the Milky Way. The purple-robed celestial lord of the Netherworld, who had been sent flying, steadied himself and repaired his celestial lord physique. His gaze fell upon the violet fairy, and his eyes were very cold. He was one of the great ancestors of the Netherworld race, an existence at the level of a celestial lord. Now he was actually injured and forced to retreat after just one attack. Most importantly, he recognized the violet fairy. A few years ago, she was together with Wu Yi, who had embarrassed him so much. "It's you, one of that woman's companions." He stared at the violet fairy, his eyes turning even colder. A terrifying killing intent surged out from him. With a hong sound, the deep blue divine light around his body became even denser. The might of a heavenly venerable was vast and mighty, as if the starry river was about to collapse. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The purple divine light filled the sky and slashed toward the Netherworld race, celestial lord, with an overwhelming force. The violet fairy made her move. She directly used the great void god slaying way. Poof! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Once the great void god slaying way was used, all things withered. It shattered the protective light screen around the purple-robed celestial lord of the Netherworld race, celestial lord. It almost pierced through his celestial lord physique like a brush. He was in a very sorry state, and this caused the Netherworld race, celestial lord, to fly more than 1,000 feet away again. This caused the group of Netherworld race cultivators who had just rushed over to tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The great ancestor of their race, the celestial lord, had actually been injured by the same person twice. He was in such a sorry state. At the same time, the cultivators of the legendary Saber Pavilion, the Purple Burn Holy Land, and the other great sects all had radiant looks on their faces. Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor! Many powerhouses could not help but shout in excitement. A Netherworld race, celestial lord, had crossed over, but he was sent flying twice by the Demon Emperor in the blink of an eye. This was another slap to the face after Lin Tian killed the 100,000 vanguard troops of the Netherworld race with the killing formation. It was extremely loud and resounding. It was a ruthless slap to the face of the Netherworld race. Ah! The purple-robed Netherworld race, celestial lord, roared. His tyrannical celestial lord physique healed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the violet fairy, the veins on his forehead bulged. You! Clang! The sound of a sword rang. The great void god Slangway was vast and mighty like a rolling sea of swords. It directly interrupted the netherworld race, celestial lord. The violet fairy was surrounded by purple divine light. She was like a Ruashian fairy walking in the mortal world. She closed in on the purple-robed netherworld race, celestial lord. You want to suppress my brother? You dare to say that you can kill Wui? Who do you think you are? The purple light on her body surged, and her heavenly venerable aura rose. If Wu-Yi really attacked, a slap would be enough to kill all of you from the netherworld race. Do you think you have the right to spout nonsense here? You killed your way here from the sealed dust ancient region and tried to unify the 10 sides. You are all courting death. Her voice was cold and indifferent. It was like a sudden clap of thunder across the sky, causing the purple-robed netherworld race, celestial lord's expression to turn even uglier. Woman! Staring at the violet fairy, the murderous intent in the netherworld race, celestial lord's eyes intensified. He was a dignified, heavenly venerable, but he was being looked down upon like this. The netherworld race had crossed the border and killed their way here, and they were actually being called courting death. Overflowing divine light erupted from his body. The power of a heavenly venerable surged, and the light of a heavenly venerable shrouded the violet fairy. I'll kill you first. The violet fairy stepped forward. Her entire body was surrounded by purple divine light. She rode the great void god Slangway, and the pressure of a heavenly venerable surged. In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed, and the sky was filled with murderous light. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined as he looked at the battlefield. The violet fairy and the purple-robed netherworld race, celestial lord, were on top. He shifted his gaze and looked at the other netherworld race, cultivators who had rushed out. Golden divine light surged around his body. As the purple-robed netherworld race, celestial lord charged in, more netherworld race, cultivators rushed over. At this time, there were already 1 million netherworld race, cultivators, gathered on the crimson earth plains. The number was astonishing. Everyone kill! He sent out his imperial voice. The killing formation he had engraved on the crimson earth plains had already been shattered by the purple-robed netherworld race, celestial lord. At this time, the violet fairy had blocked the purple-robed celestial lord, and the remaining netherworld race cultivators were left. It was time for the slaughter to begin. As soon as his imperial voice sounded, the cultivators of the various great sects on the crimson earth plains were all shocked. Kill! 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 The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth, surging like a vast ocean. The immortal courts, immortal soldiers, and generals were the first to rush out. Each of them wielded powerful artifacts. Their auras were like rainbows, and their battle auras were astonishing. Poof! 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 Blood splattered. As the immortal courts, immortal soldiers, and generals charged in, a large number of netherworld race cultivators were torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. The weakest of these immortal soldiers and generals were in the immortal ascension realm. Almost all of them had artifacts above immortal artifacts. At this moment, they formed groups of 3, 9, or dozens. They cooperated with each other. Their divine power, blood, and chi blended together, and their battle auras were like torrents. It was very difficult for the netherworld race cultivators to block them. A netherworld race cultivator at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Great Tao was attacked by 3 early-stage Great Tao immortal soldiers and generals. He exploded in the blink of an eye, his body and soul crumbling together. He was annihilated on the spot. Ah, damned human ants! Your cultivation is clearly so much lower than ours. Why would you? Ah! The netherworld race cultivators turned pale with fright. One by one, they were killed by the immortal courts, immortal soldiers, and generals. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them had died. Boom! 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 Powerful auras intertwined, and the divine power of the immortal soldiers and generals skyrocketed. On this day, there were about 70,000 immortal soldiers and generals who had followed Lin Tianxia. At this moment, all of them rushed out to fight. While they attacked together, they unleashed their remarkable abilities at this moment. All of them were incomparably powerful. As soon as they were unleashed, it caused all directions to tremble. Poof! 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 Blood rained down as netherworld race cultivators exploded one after another. In just a moment, 70,000 immortal soldiers and generals rushed out like a murderous torrent, killing a total of 300,000 netherworld race cultivators. Good. Lin Tianxia's eyes shone brightly. With the help of Yenya, or his divine art of divination, he knew in advance that the netherworld race would invade in a year's time. After that, he used all the spiritual crystals in the celestial court to increase the cultivation base of the disciples of the celestial court, causing everyone to reach the level of connecting immortal and above. He also sent out all the precious weapons in the celestial court. After that, he spent a month personally guiding by Ziki and the others, passing down the Emperor-level divine art and combined attack formation art. He did everything he could to increase the combat power of the disciples of the celestial court. After that, all the disciples of the celestial court cultivated diligently, almost day and night, increasing their strength by a lot. Now, the 70,000 immortal soldiers and generals who had followed him rushed out in groups of 3, 9, or 10. They displayed the power of combined attack techniques and precious weapons. They even unleashed their Emperor-level, remarkable abilities. The powerful offensive power enveloped the 1 million netherworld race cultivators who had rushed out at this time, slaughtering 300,000 of them in the blink of an eye. As the lord of the immortal court, he was very satisfied. Screams rang out as the netherworld race cultivators were killed by the immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the scarlet earth plain even redder. The immortal court's general's battle chi was intimidating. That's combined attack techniques. They're using combined attack techniques to kill the enemy, and they're so proficient in it. Their weapons, immortal artifacts, Tao weapons, divine weapons, saint weapons. Does everyone know Emperor-level remarkable abilities? This is the combat power of the ordinary immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court. The experts of the legendary Saber Pavilion, the Purple Branding Sanctum, and the other major factions were deeply shocked by the scene. In the past, they only knew that the immortal court had the Emperor-level reincarnation physique immortal emperor, the heavenly venerate little Taichu, the barbarian king physique, the thunder god physique, the extreme Een physique, the immortal spirit physique, and the heavenly demon physique. They also had the divine sun eye, the true dragon bloodline, and a group of peerless geniuses who could control the spiritual sea phenomenon. Therefore, they thought that the celestial court was extremely powerful and didn't pay attention to the ordinary immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court. Now they were shocked by this scene. Only then did they know that the immortal court didn't only have the reincarnation physique immortal emperor, the heavenly venerate little Taichu, and a group of powerful core members. The rest of the disciples of the immortal court were also very powerful. With such a lineup and combat power, the immortal court can really be called the #1 sanctum in the history of the 10 directions heavenly regions. Some of the older experts were shocked.